The school board work session begins in 1 minute. Please take your seats. Again, the school board work session begins in 1 minute.
Good morning. I now call the August 11th, 2022 Special Administrative Briefing and Work Session of the Marion County School Board to order at 9:00 a.m. Please silence your electronic devices and remove hats to avoid disturbing others. I now ask the school board attorney to explain the rules for this work session.
Thank you, Vice Chair Campbell. This work session is a public meeting as defined in Florida's Sunshine Law. The board is dedicated to full transparency in its meetings and its work. As required by the Sunshine Law, the board must maintain orderly conduct and proper decorum throughout the meeting. Speakers may criticize subject matter and decisions in a respectful manner, but not people. Finally, speakers must be very careful not to violate the privacy rights of others, especially students and their family members, by mentioning their names or other identifying information. Thank you for your attention to these important rules.
We will now begin the work session with the superintendent's administrative briefing. Dr. Gullett.
Thank you. Good morning, Vice Chair Campbell, members of the board. Great to see you. And I would like to just do a brief update from our first day of school yesterday. So here are some numbers to share. Our first day enrollment was 39,753 students, which is 1,635 more than last year's opening day count. 95% of our buses showed up on time or within the first 10 minutes of class. 42% of our students and families are now using our Here Comes the Bus app so they can track the transportation. We served 10,394 breakfast meals yesterday and 25,152 lunch meals, all in one day. It's amazing, right? Those numbers are higher than they were first day of last year. And as you all know, we celebrated the opening of the Fordham Early Learning Academy for the first time, and we had 42 students in attendance. They were very excited to be there. And I just want to extend my pride and thanks to all of our staff members, our parents, our students. The pattern of yesterday, while we had challenges, and we typically expect that to happen with delays, all the cars on the road again with the buses, we had some minor issues in certain places, but the overall feedback across the district was it was the smoothest first day we've had in years. People were positive, they were excited, people were patient, and we appreciate everyone's efforts, planning, collaboration to make that possible. So, and thank you for your support and being out there and supporting our students.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I know I was in a school during lunch and they said, wow, we served more lunches than we were anticipating today. So everybody's excited about eating in our schools too. Perfect. So I guess because this is our budget hearing, then I guess it's up next is Miss Boston Ellis. It's not a hearing, excuse me, our budget work session. Good morning.
Good morning, Vice Chair Campbell, board members, Superintendent Gullett, Attorney Powers, and Mrs. Martinez-Lopez. We are excited to continue this budget process as we move towards September 9th when the budget is finally approved. I want to pause and acknowledge our new Supervisor of Budgeting, and that's Jonna Agan. And of course, you're all familiar with Thomas Dyke. So they are here with me today in support and taking notes so that if we don't answer your questions today, we'll bring back those answers next week. So we'll go ahead and get started. Today, we're going to focus in on the general fund. We'll talk about the all fund summary, and then we'll go to property values. We'll also address the FEFP formula, and then look at our general fund operating, the adult education and referendum, and just provide a little historical data for you. So let's start off. You may remember our total budget, tentative budget for the 22-23 year is $905 million. But today we'll be focusing on general fund operating, general fund adult education, and the general fund referendum. That's totaled of $492.2 million. That represents about 54% of our total budget, and where most of our expenditures and revenue are recorded. So just to review, the truth in millage is what we are following. It's legislated, I believe, in 1980. And if you want to point at where we are on the second column between the second and third box. That's where we are today. So we have we've received the property appraiser's certified value. We have put in the newspaper our notice of tax increase as well as our tentative budget, and also the capital items and budgeted. Within the 2 days, we had a hearing, and so now we are in between, like I said, the second column, box 2 and 3. You have in your book some attachments. So the first one that I want to bring your attention to is the millage history, 1999 through current. And at the top, it should say tab 3, pages 7, 8, and 9. If you are there and you look on the third column, what I want to point out to you is that in 2008, 2009, our taxable value was $22.3 billion. But then the following year, it went down to $19.9 billion, and we continued to have a decrease in the taxable values all the way through 2014-15. We have started an incline, and as everyone is aware of, if you look at the property values as of the 22-23, we are at $29.7 billion in taxable value, which represents about a 21% increase over the prior year. This particular slide just gives you another pictorial view of the increase in property values and the impact of the millage on those property values. Again, looking at the millages, which is called post-VAB. So the Value Adjustment Board completed their work, and while we might have started in the 21-22 year at a higher taxable value, this has been lowered to $24.6 billion. So for the 22-23 year, again, we're now at $29.7 billion. And what does the millage look like? We do have a required local millage for the 22-23 year of 3.257. And as a reminder, we have to levy this millage in order to participate in getting state funding. The next several millages are discretionary operating millage at 0.748, that did not change. The local capital improvement, the law allows you as board members to levy up to 1.5 mils. And then, of course, the voter approved our additional operating millage of 1.0 mils. So our total millage for the 22-23 year is 6.505, and the increase or decrease is actually a decrease of 0.398 in millage. So what does that look like? What does 6.505 mils generate? If you'll go over to the middle column, actually, you'll see that the required local effort and the prior period adjustment will generate 92.9 million. The discretionary operating millage, as well as the local capital improvement millage, will generate 64.1 million. And the additional operating or our referendum millage will generate 28.5 million, for a total of $185 million, which represents a $22.8 million increase over the prior year. We also like to provide examples of what that means to the taxpayers, and we've had a lot of conversation about this, but consider this a review of what we talked about before. So the impact of the millage on the property owner, if there was no increase in the assessed value. If you will look in the third column or the farthest column, you'll go down all the way to the end. The total millage would generate for a home with a value of $350,000, it would generate $2,114.13. But this would turn into a decrease of what was paid from the prior year of $129.35. So even though the property values have increased overall, if we look at a specific homeowner value, they're actually paying less than the prior year, and that is due to the reduction in the required local effort millage. The second scenario takes into consideration the Save Our Homes. Could go back one. Okay, thank you. So this example is showing the impact of millage levies on property owners. This would be overlaying the Save Our Homes limitation. And as you know, the increase in a taxable value can be one of two, the lower of the two. It's either the Consumer Price Index average for the 22-23 year, it's 7%, or 3% as legislated. So for this example, the highest a property value can increase is 3%. Even with using that 3% increase, the $350,000 home is now valued or assessed at $360,500. If you reduce it by the homestead exemption, the total amount will be $2,182.43, which still reflects a reduction over the prior year's taxes of $61.05. Next, we'd like to talk about the calculation that is the bulk of how we get our funding, state and local. It's called the Florida Educational Finance Program. Just a reminder that the Constitution established the commitment to K-12 education. And then in 1973, the Florida legislators enacted what is called Florida Education Finance Program. We call it the FEFP. And the intent of that was to recognize varying tax bases all over the state of Florida, as well as the needs of students. So again, this is the primary mechanism of funding the operation costs. It's calculated 5 times a year. The first calculation is when the legislators decide the funding. For the past year, it's been around March or April, past years. The next calculation is in July when we receive the information. And then there's another calculation that takes place after the October count. And we receive that information either December or January. The next calculation is in the month of February. We receive that information in May. And then after summer school is done, there is another calculation that is done, and we receive that in the following year around September. So if you think of this as a floating kind of a calculation, and it's based on attendance and program needs at specific times of the years. So let's review the funding components. It's the full-time equivalent students, basically the number of hours of a student, times a program cost factor. And that factor is broken up into different categories: K-3, 4-8, 9-12, our ESOL students, vocational, and then there are 2 additional ESC categories. So the FTE times the program cost factor becomes our weighted FTE. Then that is multiplied times the base student allocation. And that number is set by the legislators every year as well. And that is the same amount for every district in the state of Florida. So the base student allocation is typically, it's a reflection of the economy of our state. And then another component is what we call the DCD, it's the district cost differential, and what that really is just the cost of living for the area that you live in. And we'll talk about those items in a little bit more detail. And then, of course, we take into consideration any prorations. So you know that funds are appropriated by the legislators. So if during the year more students come than what was included in the appropriation, then school districts will receive their, reduction. Or if less students come, we don't receive additional funds. But if there's more students than what was appropriated or the funds associated, there is something called a proration, and we receive a reduction basically based on your total student count over the state of Florida student count. And all of these are very important, and you'll see how they impact our funding. So let's go look at that particular. It's probably hard to read, but the comments that I want to make here is that we took that formula and put the Marion County information in just to show you the impact. So everything that's in green is considered categorical, and those dollars, we have to spend them as specified by the legislation. So our total categoricals are $108 million, and that's about 44% of the state funding. I'd like to bring your attention to the 4th line, all the way over to the right, where it says net state FEFP allocation. Just to remind you that in order for us to participate in getting those dollars, $204 million, we have to levy the required local effort. Another couple of items to mention is that if you levy the 0.748 mills, there are additional dollars allocated to those schools, districts as well. So our total state and local funding is $362.2 million. We did add in additional state funding and miscellaneous funding that we received from the state, such as ROTC and other miscellaneous revenue. So the general fund operating is projected to have $383.8 million. There are some increases. We're seeing increases in transportation and class size and the teacher salary increase. So we're going to look at each one of the components of FEFP. So the first one is unweighted FTE. As you can see, for the 22-23 year, there is a projected increase of $857.63. What I would caution us here is that is based on forecasts compared to where we actually ended up at the end of the 21-22 year. So while the overall appropriation may not change for the state of Florida, what you will see is if our unweighted changes, that will impact the funding that we receive. So that's why it's very, very important that we are making sure that we have maximized the funding that we can get based on the students and the type of students that we have. Program cost factor is also important. What I will point out on this slide is that the Basic Education 912 and the Career Education 912 have gone down over the previous year. Previous year, that factor was 1.010. And what is interesting to me is in the career ed piece is where we put a lot of dollars, the equipment and the staff to support the vocational programs. So we need to keep our eye on that to make sure that we are maximizing the funding that we receive, but also being fiscally responsible in that area of vocational. We have seen increase in funding for ESC support level 4 and 5. So those factors, as you can see, they're higher, and that is because that level of student requires additional support. So those factors did increase. So once we take that unweighted times the program cost factor, we end up with weighted. Based on the projected 22-23, looks like our weighted FTE will be an increase of $1,166.65. What I would add to this is Department of Education also adds our add-on FTE here. So that's the additional FTE we get for the IB, the ACE, and the vocational programs. When the students pass those tests, we get additional FTE. So that is also added into this spot. But all of those dollars that the different programs earn has to go back into those programs in support of what they do the next year. The base student allocation did increase $214.49, which is wonderful. This slide, if you'll look at the 2017-18 versus the 2018-19, some of you may recall we received an increase of 47 cents, which was a little troubling to us. And then the 2021, there was an increase of $40. And then after that, the increase started to climb. So we're at $45.87.47, which is, again, an increase of $214.49. The base student allocation, again, is determined by our legislators. On the next slide, you have a handout that says the 21 price level index. I just wanted to point out one thing to you on this. if you look at the cost of living, which really is what that is, for Alachua County, the 2021, their cost of living is $97.77. Citrus is $92.38. Lake County is $95.21. And Marion County is $93.31. Fortunately for us, they look at the average of the past 3 years, and then there is a factor applied to that. But the point I want to make to you here is the assumption is that the cost of living is higher in Alachua County, higher in Lake, but lower in Citrus as compared to Marion County. And because this is a factor in the formula, if all things were equal, Lake County and Alachua County would receive more funding than we do. If that makes sense, because this is an important factor. The next slide looks at our per pupil funding. Our statewide average for the entire state, and you may have seen it being advertised, is $8,216.74. But Marion County's average, $7,985.21. The way you calculate this is you look at your particular county's state and local revenue, and you divide your unweighted FTE into that. It's a very simple formula. So you may be asking, why is ours less? And it has to do with all these different factors that I've talked about. But because our average is less than the statewide average, there are some additional funding that we receive. You may be familiar with that funding compression adjustment. So we receive additional $2 million for that because we are below the statewide average.
Can you repeat that statewide average again?
Okay, the statewide average is $8,216.74. And that is the average on all 67 districts in the state of Florida. But when you look at specific districts, some are lower, some are higher, and we are below that average.
Thank you.
All of these items are very important when you start looking at our total funding. So that's why I think it's important for you to be familiar with those specifics. So if there are no questions on those items, we'll move on and talk about the general fund operating. So the summary of the general fund operating, our revenue.
Sorry, Ms. Boston Ellis, Mr. Browning does have a question.
Yeah, a question. While we're at that, the general fund and what can be spent out of various funding sources, where when it's designated, it has to go there. Could you elaborate on just a practical example of how that happens? It's very difficult to follow if there's discretion in those areas. Like, for example, if we have X fund and we spend that can qualify for say a federal grant, so we can spend it over there. That can relieve some pressure and allow the general fund to grow, for example, or vice versa. We can have the general fund drop because we relieve the obligation to use it out of the general fund. Could you just maybe have just an example so we could follow that?
What I thought, where I thought you were going was, if we look at slide 16, if I could start there, if you go to slide 16, where it has that complicated formula, go back, right there, okay. So if I could just start there, Mr. Browning, if you look at safe schools, Marjorie has dictated what we can spend Safe Schools dollars on. The reading instruction is another category where we can spend it on components of whatever we are told you can spend these dollars on, and so forth. All of these different items, student transportation, but what we have found is that those requirements sometimes cost more than the allocation. So in those instances, we will look to the unrestricted revenue to make up the difference. And then we also look at other funding sources, whether it's federal grants, as you stated, whether it's Title I, Title II, whether it's the IDEA B, which is ESC. We look at all those other funding sources. And even
Carry the load a little bit.
Yes, sir.
And then relieve that pressure on the general fund.
Yes, sir. You're exactly
Okay,
right.
all
But
Yeah, all right.
if that answered.
It does. Is that a prevalent thing? Can we do that? Can we march around and actually get the best bang for the buck in terms of utilization? Because fundamentally in accounting, you don't want to get artificially restricted
Correct.
just by some bureaucratic requirement that may or may not be germane to this particular application here in Marion County. And if we can maneuver around that and maintain the general fund, I think we're way ahead, because we don't have to then overspend in whatever that extra source of revenue was designated for.
Yes, sir.
We can just use those funds in X, Y, or Z, saving the general fund for, of course, general items, which now we can take advantage of those dollars to the greatest extent we can. Does that
Yes,
make
sir.
sense?
Yes, sir. And you will see that we have done that.
Okay, so we're doing that as a regular basis. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes.
We just have to be very careful. There is a federal rule that talks about supplanting versus supplement, especially with Title I. So we have to be very careful about that. But I think we have started looking at all of our funding sources and working towards maximizing all of them.
Okay.
Something that we might not have been as tuned in the past, and Dr. Gullett has started having us look at all funding sources and maximize where we're using them.
Excellent. Thank you. That's exactly where I was going. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Excellent. Thank you. Thanks for the explanation. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. So we'll go back to slide 25. So the general fund operating is, again, the major source of revenue for the general fund between not only state sources, but the local sources. So you'll see the state source of $250 million, local $124 million, transfer ins of $6.5 million, and we also have a small federal dollars of $2.8 million, and then our beginning fund balance. And I will stop there and pause there a little bit and tell you how the fund balance got up to $62 million. Just generally speaking, we had, on an average, 438 vacancies that were not filled during the 21-22 year. We had people coming and going, so Thomas basically looked at what was the average vacancy. So it was about 438 over the course of the year, not just in teachers, but also in our other positions, non-instructional positions as well as district level positions, and including transportation and custodial services. So that is a part of that. And that's why, though with some trepidation, we were able to forge and make those very generous salary increases that you wanted last year, because we knew we had a lot of vacancies. But there is sort of a thin line, because you know that these are recurring costs, so you have to kind of weigh, using fund balance, and then weigh the impact of it in the next year. So we spent a lot of time looking through that. And to your point, Mr. Browning, we did look at our ESSER budget, and we identified expenditures and some staff that we could move and use up some of those dollars. So that was also a part of what increased that $262 million for a beginning fund balance.
And this was our shade area of discussion when you reference salary increases.
Well,
that's open now? We can speak to that because we're into the budget.
No, sir.
No,
No,
do
sir.
not. No,
No, sir.
It hasn't been settled.
no.
My intent in mentioning that is to give you the reasons why we were able to, why you were able to provide the salary increases.
For last year.
Yes, yes.
And that one has been settled. The 2021, 2022, we did settle at the end of the school year. And
Yes.
that's all taken care of.
I just want to be sure that we're okay. Attorney Powers, are we, what we can talk about, what we can't talk about? I just don't want to broach a subject that is still under shade. Is it because of the budget year?
The subject isn't under shade. The content of any specific items that had to do with potential budgetary planning or anything like that.
Increase or decrease type?
Right. It was,
Right, we don't want to talk to that.
right.
Okay, all right.
It's
All right,
just,
then.
it was just a way of explaining
Okay.
why fund balance increased from,
I don't want to get questions on it, and then, well, wait, we can't talk about it, but we're talking about it, we can't talk about it.
Okay.
I got it, thank you. That helps me a lot, thank you. Okay.
so that's just overall revenue. The next looks at categories of revenues. Again, the federal is basically the ROTC programs. You were well aware that the district received some funds to supplement the cost of our ROTC programs, mainly the staff that leads those programs at our high school. So that represents that first line of federal. The federal through state are the Medicaid fundings. As you know, that if our students are Medicaid eligible, there are some rules that allow us to submit a request to help offset some of the costs of the additional services for Medicaid eligible students. The other is just our normal state revenue, and local is, of course, the millage. Other financing sources, again, is just revenue that is transferred into the general fund. And this includes $4.5 million that comes from the capital to offset some of our maintenance costs. We are allowed by law to also transfer a little under $2 million from capital to cover the costs of our property and casualty insurance. And then, of course, we have to record the charter schools capital outlay in our capital fund, and that those dollars have to be transferred to the general fund before we pay them out. So this is just a matter of just the semantics of how we have to handle that. Just like the self-insurance fund really is embedded in the general fund, but the law requires us to show it separately. The law requires us to show our debt separately, although it's paid out of capital. So that's what the $6.5 million is. The next slide is just a little bit more detail on where our dollars are coming from. I forgot to mention that we also receive some funding from the National Forest Funds. The timber that's cut down, we share the proceeds with the County Board of Commissioners. So that's what that $200,000 represents. We always take a conservative approach to our revenue, and we typically look at what we received in the prior year and try to estimate, because in some of these areas, we don't know other than what our state and local items will be. The next slide is just a breakdown of where our state revenue is set up and where it comes from. You can see the FEFE program is $204 million. I'm on slide 28. And a little further down, you'll see class size. So again, we do receive some money for class size, but of course that's not enough to cover all the teachers that we have. There is some voluntary pre-K programs. That's just an estimate. We anticipate that number will go up, but we only know that when they come in and take roll of the VPK students that are there. So we, use a conservative estimate for that. On slide 29 is basically where the property taxes are, $114 million for district school taxes. Tax redemptions are when folks pay back taxes. We estimate what we think that'll be, staying fairly conservative, about $400,000. As far as rent, that is what we charge people to use, like this auditorium or some of our schools for different activities. And then investment income. You'll notice that that is very conservative because this past year, the investing that we did, of course, our principal was not damaged, but our return was not as high as what we typically expect. The extended day fees is our MAP programs, and that program is supposed to be self-supporting, and they provided that they believe their revenue will be about $4.6 million. And then our miscellaneous revenue can include E-rate, indirect costs from the Special Revenue Fund, and we have some tower lease revenue.
Ms. Boston-Ellis, I don't know if anybody else has any questions. I was going to save this to board comments, but just because you've brought up the extended day fees in this juncture, I think if it would be okay for us to have just a very brief conversation, board. You may have seen chatter, may have gotten emails and phone calls from families that are concerned about the program fees that Marion After School Programs is charging, the fees they're charging right now. I noticed it on my own invoice, obviously understanding what was happening there, but the folks that are, I'll say, are loudest about this right now are those that have always paid by check, and now that we've gone to only credit card payments, there are additional convenience fees and program fees that are included there, and that's something that they've never had to do before. And if you've multiple students, then the program fees are certainly, expounded, they're adding up and on a weekly and monthly basis. I had some conversation yesterday with Ms. Eubanks. I've had some conversation with Attorney Powers, making sure the way the agreement was written that those program fees were not being charged inaccurately or in a way that they're not supposed to. I know we had some issues last year with one of our credit card processors for athletic tickets that they weren't supposed to be charging fees and they had to refund some folks. So that was my first question, to make sure that it was being handled appropriately. But Ms. Boston-Ellis, if you wouldn't mind just sharing just a moment about how they're self-supporting, about how they're actually not really a part of the district, or they run separately, and that we have approved a contract with program fees and that sort of thing, if you don't mind.
Sure, I think you said it best.
I just wanted to make sure we had a public conversation about it. We have heard from parents. I believe Ms. Thrower also had some phone calls yesterday, just based on Ms. Eubanks saying she also had a call from Ms. Thrower. I had conversation again with Attorney Powers. Just wanted parents to know we were having a conversation about it while we were here today talking about money. Mm-hmm. We hear the concerns, but with the increase of, changing their minimum wage, all of the employees had to go to $15 an hour as dictated by the governor. And so that didn't even necessarily allow for raises within their existing employees that weren't at that starting salary of $15. And so, with the district's credit card processing, I believe we often use RevoTrack or something like that, and the district has chosen to take on those additional processing fees. That was not calculated in the Marion After School. This is my understanding. Please correct me if I'm wrong here, or Attorney Powers too. when we looked at the budget for Marion after-school programs, they had to incur that additional cost because of the $15 minimum wage increase, but they did not include in raising the fees the credit card processing fees that customers would incur. So we know it's happening. Right now, the way the contract is written, I believe it's good through Attorney Powers, I think you said through this 2023. So we certainly will be able to take a look at it again for next year, but I'm not certain that there's anything that can be done right now. I don't know if they're, I just want to make sure we had a public conversation about it, that parents are aware, that we're aware. I'm paying them myself. So, I mean, I was one of those parents. I'll be completely transparent. I was one of those parents that always paid by check purposefully because I didn't want to incur those fees. But moving to all credit card processing as opposed to having checks, and the cost that is to going to the bank and making the deposits and, all of those kinds of things of staff time. And I understand the reasoning. Everything went electronic yesterday for all those parents who went to Marion after school. You have to have your number to actually, and you have to digitally sign your name on a screen now. Everything went digital yesterday. So maybe part of that also will help them understand the program fee cost in there. I don't know if you guys want to add anything to what I said. I wanted, and Ms. Thorough, maybe you have additional questions that we haven't discussed, but I know I did receive emails and phone calls and social media chatter and all of that I only have one child left in Marion after school program, but if I had three, it would, I would be paying all those higher fees than I've ever paid before too. And it's a little, unsettling, I guess, to those that haven't had to anticipate those increases.
Sure.
The only thing I would add.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
The only thing I would add to what you're saying is that for years we've been moving away from cash for very evident reasons. We've been moving away or trying to clean up that process because you have all of the different facilities. And, $4 million is a lot of money to be monitoring. And we've also looked to things like fraud or checks that, they bounce. So this was another area that we were looking into. As far as the convenience fees, I don't know the calculation of the impact on parents, but you are correct. We included in their budget for this new system that they've adopted. You're talking about going electric. So that was included, but in terms of the convenience fee, that was not included in their budget. 2 years ago, they had about a $600,000 loss. Some of that was made up last year. They wiped that out, about $300,000. So they were $300,000 to the positive. But it is a self-supporting. We do not charge them for things like use of the space, but we do allocate some costs for use of the cafeteria as well as use of utilities and a small amount for custodial, but nothing was included to cover the convenience costs. In terms of athletics, there is a lot of cash going in, and we were finding some issues in that area. So it wouldn't be permanent, but for the next few years, the decision was made to cover those costs until we get everyone using the rev track like you talked about. And the athletics are even looking at something even, I guess, better, what they're doing for ticketing. This is probably an unintended consequence to trying to be up to date in the technology, and as well as ensuring that we don't or we're not exposing ourselves to fraud or anything like that.
Right. And I know Mr. Browning has a question, but if you don't mind just a second, Mr. Browning, I think that's where part of the misconception is, and we even had a constituent come to our Tuesday board meeting mentioning something about, that this is a state-funded program and it should be paid for by the state and I shouldn't even have to pay for it. And I think that's where the misconception has occurred. Even you mentioning that Marion after-school programs, while they are employees of Marion County Public Schools and get paid through payroll, it's actually a totally separate program, and the district actually charges them for use of the cafeteria somewhat. They're going to have dinner meals served now, and so there's things like that. But when you're saying we don't charge them for using the cafeterias, or we don't charge them for using, it's because it's a separate but equal. It's really an interesting arrangement that we have there. They are not a state-funded program. They don't receive any revenue outside of what is funded by the parents. So I think that's part of the confusion. Mr. Browning?
Yes, thank you. Yes, and I too got some calls, and I couldn't answer them. I just couldn't get there, and some of the logic did weigh on me some, and that is like people felt like they were paying twice, and when our tax collector, for example, you can pay by cash, check, or credit card, but you have the choice, and often these things do add up, especially if you're on a budget. If your dollars are not so loose that you don't have to. You have adequate funds, for example, but you still want to participate. So I'm a big believer in zero costs by using currency or the equivalent of a check, and having this discussion. So I really appreciate you bringing it up, because it's beyond my scope to be able to answer the question. I just direct them to Ms. Boston Ellis. That's what I was doing. But so I really appreciate you bringing it up. So any explanation you can have that it not go, these are part and parcel of what we do, and we're encouraging and trying to expand these programs and keep them as inexpensive, right straight down the line, almost like food. We're sensitive to that. If you don't have the money, we still want you to participate. We don't want extra fees.
Right.
Well, and I'm sorry to continue on this point, and then we'll let you move on with all your presentation. But I think it's important for us to have the conversation, because we understand the importance of Marion after-school programs. We understand the value. We understand the convenience that the child doesn't have to go somewhere beyond their school, and for all of those factors is why we have tried to keep the fees as low as possible, understanding that we do have to meet those state mandates of $15 a minimum wage and all of those kinds of factors. We want that to be of the best value it possibly can, but we also need to be realistic that with convenience comes cost, and I hate to say it that way, but I am interested in, perhaps, since this is something that will be coming up for renewal in 2023, I know as a district as a whole that we have gone away from cash payments, and even yesterday a library fine that I'm having trouble trying to figure out how to pay it, because it hasn't actually hit where I can. But anyway, I haven't actually gotten a bill to do it. I got a notice saying that there is a library fine, but I went to the library to try and figure it out, and give it 2 weeks. So I mean, we're in this transition right now, trying to figure out how we actually do get people to pay things online. But because they are a department that is part of the district yet not part of the district, I am interested in wondering if in the future, if we can go back to a check only or something like that, because again, it's almost as if there are parts of the district's procedures that they're adopting and others that they're not. And so that's one certainly that they've chosen to adopt with going with credit, but having an option to pay without a fee. I made a statement yesterday, actually I'll say a constituent made a statement back to me saying, the ones that are going to be the loudest are the ones that always paid on time and always paid by check, because they're the ones essentially that are now suffering for those that might have had bad checks or might have paid late or that kind of thing. And so if there would be a way, after 2023 for us to potentially offer again a payment by check just for that program, since it's not necessarily a part of the district, but it is, but I'm grateful for the conversation today because I think it's important. It seems as if for this school year, there's not going to be something we can do about it. The budget is set. The program fees were not, picking up the program fees were not a part of their budget. And I believe Ms. Eubanks said yesterday, I think they have 600 students on a waiting list. So certainly if the cost does become too exorbitant for any family and they were interested in removing their student from the program because of the costs, that would be unfortunate, but it's possible there would be another student there waiting to take advantage of the program. So,
Chair, one more quick item. Yes, this is critically important in an overall systemic social point of view, and I just want to take the board back a couple of decades, maybe 3 decades, 4, 2, 1 to the present time. We used to have an enormous amount of money, extra payment by the poorest in our community because they didn't have a banking relationship, and they used to have to go on every single bill and pay it by money order. And it was horrible, the extra cost. I mean, it was so untenable that I would often just arrange for people a banking relationship. And it got to where you could do it essentially free, but maybe not exactly free. We reduce cost. The cost of a money order is almost like the cost of doing business outside the country. It's just incredible. You can add 25% to the cost of a bill. It doesn't sound possible, but you go pay it by money order, and that's why you've seen those drop away, those money order, pay here, buy here things. And that was a huge segment of our least wealthy population, and now we've got to be sensitive to that because we've just bumped one level up. Okay, they got a checking account, all right, everything's styling. Well, wait, that's not recognized. You can't use that. It was about like cash couldn't be used, then you couldn't. Okay, they couldn't. Whoops, wait, and then one more up, and that is a marketing ploy by the companies, the Visa or whomever, not to pin down any given company. So, wow, I'm so glad you brought it up because people are sensitive. I haven't received that much, but I do know what decisions are made around the kitchen table. And any drain on a low income, it's like renters. We talk about property owners, but it's really the renters that get hammered by additional taxes on ad valorem taxes. It's the renters because they pay all costs plus, and so when you do it, it's always regressive, and this is incredibly regressive. It may sound small, but it's huge. And I said I was going to be quick, but I was long. But I'm sorry, but it's important that we advocate for those folks. Their check counts, and I want it to count. Thank you.
Ms. Thor, did you have anything to add to that conversation?
Yes, I certainly have received those calls and the outreach, and have been playing phone tag with Pam Eubanks, but we've talked about it a little bit. So to clarify, parents are funding the after-school program with their fees, correct? The fees that they pay for their kids to participate.
Yes.
Okay. And from my experience, I think it's important to reassure the parents that the convenience fee is not being used as a source of additional funding for the MAP program. And for example, there are some credit card processing companies that charge a lot more than others. And we have a cost of doing business too, with processing checks, whether they bounce or not, handling them, the audits that we have to do, the back office things, that can really add up in terms of additional expense for us as a district. So I see it in both lights. However, checking accounts usually come with the opportunity to have a debit card, and it's been my understanding that if a lot of these processing companies, that if you pay with a debit card versus a credit card, sometimes there's no fee at all. So I would have two questions/concerns. The first one is that I would like reassurance that the processing fees are not being used to augment the expenses of the program on the back of the parents. And secondly, that there's some shopping being done to ensure that whatever processing company is being used is one that is very sensitive to programs like this, and maybe even prides themselves on making sure that their fees are low for these types of programs. And based on what Vice Chair Campbell said, there may not be a way to make a change for this year. However, there may be. There's always, possibilities are endless, and it's really important for the parents that desperately need, with a 600 child waiting list, it's clear that this service is needed. So just because it's so needed, we certainly don't want to have the perception, accurate or inaccurate, and I'm not sure what the answer to that question is, that we are now, the program is able to now charge whatever they want to in terms of convenience fees because the parents are desperate and they need it. And it only comes, I think, to $17 a year, but if it was only nothing or $1 previous to that, every dollar counts, and waste not, want not.
So if it is okay with you, I'd like to get some more information.
Yes.
And bring it back next
That'd be
week.
great.
And have a further discussion, and maybe even Ms. Eubank would be here, because I don't know all the details of how it works, but I would be happy to bring that back to you.
Absolutely. And I had conversation with her yesterday and told her that we would be bringing this up today. So she knew this was coming. Attorney Powers has looked into some of it. I know that you were aware. Just wanting to, now we're talking budget. We happen to be together the day after school starts. Like, let's, I got the receipt yesterday for my first payment. I got an invoice for my next payment coming out this week. So, or this next week. So I think that it's important for us to at least address it publicly, let parents know we're looking into it. I appreciate that, Ms. Thrower, that it's possible that we can make some changes. We probably have some kind of 30-day out contract. There may be some limits on the way the contract is written, especially since the use of equipment we're using now, and get more information. Absolutely. So if we can talk about that in our next workshop,
Right.
that'd be great.
Yeah, there's a lot of things we could look at the end of December.
Sure.
We can look at, I don't know if you'd like to refund the money to the parent. I mean, there's lots of things we could do. But again, just keeping in mind that this is a self-supporting program. And I realize the strain on parents, and I think you have as board members, because most of our employees, or all of them, are eligible for a discount. So you've provided that to them. And so, but we are sensitive to that. Keeping in mind.
Very supportive of Ms. Thor's ask on that. Very supportive.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, we'll bring back some information next Thursday then.
Thank you for
Thank you.
indulging us to have that brief conversation.
Anyways.
Right, it was going to come up probably at the end, so right when you mentioned it, we've had our conversation, and now have at it, Miss Faustin-Ellis. Back to slide 29.
Okay. We're actually on 32. I think.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Rolling.
So overall, the budget is $46.2 million more than the prior year adopted budget. The increases: salary and benefits, $22 million; purchase services, $16.7 million; energy, $57,000; materials and supplies, $1.6 million; capital outlay, $4.5 million; and other expenses, $1.2 million. And we'll talk more about that now. So on slide 34, you have quite a few attachments. One of your attachments should be assignment by object, and that's just to show you the position assignment description of everyone based on what their object is. So that's one of your attachments. Another attachment provides for the general fund operating. It shows you how many staff based on that object code. Sometimes there is a curiosity about where a program staffing specialist is budgeted, where different positions are budgeted, what object. And then you should also have an attachment that will go along with our budgeting for general fund operating, and it's again broken down by categories, and it has the 21-22 budget and the 22-23 budget. So
I'm sorry, and again, just so we're going back and forth, these are the attachments that were added into tab 7.
correct.
So the second pack of paper that we have there under tab 7, and I see at the top you've put slide 33 and 34, like this is the information that got, okay, perfect. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page, because I was looking for them and you were saying attachments, and now I understand what you're saying. So, okay. So we have the actual numbers of the object. Okay, I see that. We have the and the different titles. Got it.
Correct.
Just so we're all on the same page there. Are y'all seeing the same thing I am?
Yep.
Okay, perfect.
Good, okay.
It's in that packet, Mr. Browning. And at the top of the pages in red, it shows which corresponding
Correlated
slides.
slide, yeah.
Yeah, thank you for showing us that, because especially, first of all, the titles that are associated under each class, but then the second section of that showing exactly the number of people that equates to. It's interesting that we have so many titles and we may have one person in that title. That's interesting.
It's evolved over the years.
Right.
So,
Or 0.02 people in that. Anyway, so no, it's good. Thank you. That actually helps a lot explain that information. Okay.
So on slide 34, what I'm going to do is go through and talk to you about either changes from the adopted budget from last year to the tentative, or we'll just talk about the actual budget and tentative. So first off, I'm going to look at, it would be column 5, where it says change from budget to budget. So that's the adopted budget last year to the tentative budget this year. So there is an increase in administrative, 1.4 million, and that's based on 6 new units. And also there was an increase in advanced degree supplements. And then also, of course, the salary increase. So that makes up that change. The next one is the classroom teachers. There is a change of $6.7 million, and we're only talking about salary. That is made up of 45 new units based on our the actual allocation that the schools are provided. So if you go over a certain number of students, you receive another unit or another guidance counselor. So those were 45 new units. Also the salary increase, as well as what we call PFP, the performance, and then also advanced degree supplements.
If I may?
Yes, sir.
A unit, explain, is
A
that
unit is one
Is
staff.
that a person?
Yes, sir.
A staff person?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Apologize
Yeah,
for that.
yeah. I like staff person
Okay.
versus unit. Okay, thanks.
I will use staff then.
That helps me.
All right. For other certified instructional units, there was an increase of 1.3 million. So those were 3 school counselors, 3 additional school counselors, the salary increase and performance pay, as well as advanced degree supplements. Go down to paraprofessionals, number 4. You see that is a negative, and we'll talk more about that when we get to ESSER. We talked about units that or staff positions that we were able to move to ESSER. So that is why we're showing that. But in addition to that, we did pick up 25 new staff in that category, And of course, the salary increase, but again, some of that increase was negated by moving some staff to the ESSER grant. The fifth item would be under other support personnel. There were salary increases, and also the increase of employees who were eligible for advanced degrees as well. So on slide 35, you could use the handout that says tab 3, pages 34 through 36.
Ms. Boston Ellis, I'm sorry, just one quick, there was a line item there, the 1,700 board members. That shows an increase of $10,000, but just for transparency, that's dictated by the legislature.
Correct.
We didn't give ourselves an increase.
No, ma'am.
We didn't give ourselves, just for full transparency, full disclosure, I mean, it is a change of $10,000, but that's not dictated by us. We have no authority to give ourselves a raise.
Correct. Those,
Okay.
that's
No, I mean, I know that. I'm just for the public to be aware, if they happen to see this chart and see that the board members are, that category changed by $10,000, that has nothing to do with what we've done one way or the other.
I think that happened with the transition of Mrs. McCall leaving, and then the transition of Mr. Browning coming on. So there was that
There's
transition.
a gap
Yes,
space
sir.
there. Thank you for bringing that up,
Yes.
Chair.
But no, your salaries are dictated by legislators, and we get that information usually September, October.
Thank you.
I was just looking at the big numbers.
No, of course. But I mean, that's one that people might find and hold on to.
Rightly so.
So
Absolutely.
just wanting to make sure, we have no control over that.
Correct. On slide 35, you have a pictorial look at benefits. And again, that information is on that tab 3, pages 34 through 36. So you can see benefits last year were a total of $79.2 million. Benefits, the normal, Social Security, life insurance, but also because we are self-insured, we have workers' comp, Medicare, which is dictated by federal government, unemployment comp. You may or may not be aware that we pay actual. So during COVID, we were paying the actual unemployment for the employees that had applied for unemployment. Some of them in error, instead of us being totally refunded, they will continue to give us credits for those amounts. So that's why that grew a lot a couple of years, but we're budgeting it back down to normal. So for the 22-23, the object for benefits is estimated at $87.8 million. You may recall also that retirement, that went up from the 21-22 year to 22-23 year. That percentage went up, dictated by the legislators. And also our health insurance, you approved an increase of about 8% for the calendar year. So we had to put half of the year in our fiscal year. I think slide 36, I pretty much already talked about all the increases. Health insurance, Social Security will increase because of the number of additional staff. And again, under unemployment comp, you'll see that we're going back down to where we normally budget unemployment compensation. The other employee benefits are those employees that we provide a supplement to or an amount because they have uniforms and their tools, but those are considered benefits for the federal government. So that's what that Object 2900 is reflective of.
Vice Chair Campbell, if I may, Ms. Boston Ellis, looking at slide 36, 2100 category, the retirement, is this reflecting it's 1% more that the district has to pay now into retirement?
It just depends on, we do a blended rate, So we don't go back and do each actual employee's retirement rate, but it did increase. So the blended rate, depending on if you're in drop, if you're not covered, if all of those things are taken into consideration. So that $4 million is reflective of that blended rate. I believe it was a little over 1%, Thomas, retirement, if you recall. About 1% of the salary, if that answers your question.
I think it does. And I remember that's what I read as far as the new legislative changes, and the 1% is what I've been reading and hearing. But seeing that translate to an actual number is rather impressive. You know, $4 million is nothing to sneeze at.
No, it is not.
Okay.
And again, that's based on what we have as a blended rate, depending on, if you're in drop, if you're just straight. And then there's also, again, some people who are not a part of the system for whatever reason. Yes.
So does this actually translate to a benefit to our employees?
Yes, it's the savings account. The board is paying into the retirement. So when we retire, we receive funding. So this is the board's portion of the retirement, if that makes sense. So as employees, we do, I think it's 3%, but the board also pays into the retirement system for the employees.
And so now we're going to be paying 1% more. Okay. I think that's just important to clarify, because that is a benefit then.
Yes.
And it's something, as an employee, that hopefully I'll benefit from at some point. But it's important to put that out there, I think. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, because a lot of times when we talk about salaries, we don't consider the benefits that are paid on behalf of the employee, such as life and workers' comp. If something happens, you want to know that there is insurance there to provide for that employee.
And Ms. Bostonell,
Certainly deserve it.
while we're on this slide, and Mr. Browning, I'll get to you just a second. While we're on this slide, also for the health insurance line item, our employees receive essentially their premiums paid. Is that, at least our instructional employees, I believe it's that they, obviously if they have family or additional, then they pay on that, but the actual employee themselves essentially has a zero premium that they pay.
Right. There is what we call the free plan, with the higher deductible, and all of the plans have different deductibles, but you're exactly right. This is what the board is paying on behalf of the employee. But in some instances, depending on the plan that the employee is enrolled under, they have to also contribute.
Right.
That's health insurance, though.
That's
but
health insurance.
Life insurance is based on your salary.
Correct.
And
1.5 times your salary.
that's right. And there is no charge for that, because
Right.
I noticed when I got on the school board that because my salary was reduced, so was my life insurance if something happens to me. So,
Correct. And that is a benefit.
yes.
Mr. Browning.
Yes, and I appreciate you bringing up reference to the state, and often we have a mandate. And what I get from the community on a regular basis is these, I want to say, excuse or justification for why we do something, because it's required by the legislature. There's essentially always the other side of that. Something changed. Something, when A goes in, then B, C, and E perhaps were changed. This may be a cost, this may be a revenue. So always those happen, but when the explanation comes, it's always to justify a position, for example. And I love to hear, if it is brought up, I'd love to hear the other side of it, simply because huge things like multiple revenue sources, federal, state, we're required to do this. Well, then what did we get relieved when that requirement came? So it's it's an area that's just loaded with, well, my parents made me do it, or this made me do it, or that made me do it, or I had to do it for this reason, but what did you also got in free. Thank you very much for, bringing it up, that kind of thing. So I just say we now have such a linkage to our state legislature. I mean, I've never seen this in Marion County before with the linkage we have with Senator Baxley, pardon me, sir, Senator Baxley, Senator Perry, and some of the power that we have, Representative McLean and Harding. We have such a power base, Pasadomo, with the president down here. We just have such a power base that I think we're going to come out on the other side of that, and that is a power setting so that we are cleaner. And we have the governor, Governor DeSantis is coming down almost twice a week or so on issues that don't cost, they actually reduce the burden in this locale. And it's heartening to me. So I just want to throw everything back on the state because a lot has come. Manny Diaz, there's a lot of positive things that have come toward us that can reduce our cost of operating, our cost of bureaucracy, for example. Often that's the case. So I just want to advocate for the other side when it comes, especially when it comes, we're on budget. Thanks.
Ms. Thrower.
Thank you. There's definitely a difference between rationalization, justification, victimization, and reality. And my parents made me do it, made it a reality. And partially funded mandates have been a burden on this district because there hasn't been an offset. I hear a lot about unfunded mandates, and while that's easy to say, I'm not sure that that's always the case. I seem to struggle more with partially funded mandates because that does create an increased burden on our district. I will say that the more our power base in Tallahassee has the opportunity and the invitation, thank you, Vice Chair Campbell, to come and visit and spend time in our schools and see where the money is going, see where the needs are, that can only strengthen our partnership. And so I'm very optimistic for the future because there has been way too much us and them. And in the end, it's we that are going to make the difference. So I just wanted to make that point. I'm pretty much done with all the rhetoric.
Ms. Boston Ellis.
Continue? Okay. Keep going. The next item is under the category or object of purchase services, $38.9 million in 21-22, and there is in 22-23, $55.6 million. And I wanted to talk a little bit about, on slide 38, what's actually in purchase services. So a lot of times people don't realize where we record things and know that we record them based on accounting standards as well as what we fondly refer to as the red book. And that's the criteria that DOE gives us so that in the end they can accumulate costs by districts and make sure that there is consistency on how all districts are reporting. So on slide 38, just want to talk about the tentative budget and tell you where we are for 22-23, $34.1 million. And when I had staff go back and look at that, what's in that? What are the major pieces of that? For Object 3100, that is where we record the Family Empowerment Scholarships, because that is included in our revenue, but there was no expenditure set up. So we record that, and that's, we originally had 18 million in there for it. Found out 2 weeks ago they're estimating 20 million, so we reserved the other 2 million. That was their best guess for 23. So we have 18.8 million for Family Empowerment Scholarships. We have 1.2 million for the SROs. So remember, we split the SRO costs between the general fund operating and referendum. We have more in the referendum because we need to procure things that are considered hardening, such as fences. So we shifted more of the cost to the referendum, but we left $1.2 million for SROs. That's recorded in 3100. CERMI, which is our alternative program, 1.8 million. Kingsbury is 2.3 million. And then we talk a lot about the ESC contracted services. That's 6.1 million. And then the other new item that we have is the dual enrollment program. We have about $600,000 recorded in that. But our hope is next year they'll earn additional FTE, so eventually that program will be able to pay for itself. But this is seed money.
Ms. Boston-Ellis, you mentioned 2.3 million for Kingsbury. Do you mean that's New Leaf?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And where are you reading from? Or,
She's just giving us figures to.
Oh, okay, they're not on our
They're
slide.
not. No,
Okay,
she's detailing out where all those monies are going.
Apologize. It's always been Kingsbury to me. But
I know. I was like,
New Leaf.
I wrote down Kingsbury, then I was like, yeah, no, I think she means New Leaf.
Thank you for that. I think in our accounting, we still record it as Kingsbury.
And just as a point of note, I know that this will be a conversation for a different time for this board, but with that $4.1 million or so that's going to alternative learning, should we have an arrangement at any point that the board takes on some of our alternative learning? I know this is for another day, but should we take on that? Those would be dollars that would be allocated internally as opposed to going to an external operator. Just for a point of note. So I think that's
I want to
important.
use a different term.
I'm sorry?
I might want to use a different term.
Okay, so, well, okay, sorry, external
Outside
operator,
entity.
for a contracted organization, that if we, yeah, sorry, external operator kind of has a negative connotation to it, but nevertheless, for that 4.1 million that's allocated to alternative learning and opportunities, should we take on some of that? There are dollars allocated there, but currently they're going to contract entities as opposed to something we potentially could do. And I'm not saying we would do it all internally, but that's just I think that's interesting to note that there's 4.1 million there allocated for that. So thank you.
We've had discussions with Dr. Gullett about that. I think in the past when we looked at it, I guess the deal breaker was identifying a place
Right.
to put the program, but we had looked at that for several years, and it's still on our to-do list, right, Dr. Gullett?
Yes.
Still on our to-do list.
I would add, yes, Vice Chair Campbell, members of the board, this is something that we are reviewing. And so if we can get to a point where we have a really strong proposal of options, then we will bring that for board consideration for an upcoming work session.
Perfect.
We have talked this
Right.
through not just this board, but previous boards, and it has a lot of legs when you're looking at serving a population that they serve.
Well, and especially when you're looking at the actual dollars that are allocated to an outside contract versus something that we potentially could be doing internally.
And as you all know, core to this conversation is the academic needs of those
Absolutely.
students and making sure that we are setting our students up for success. So that is paramount to our conversation.
100%. Thank you.
So the next item I'd like to bring to your attention is Object 3600. Typically, people think of rentals, like we do rent copiers for the schools, but we also are required to put in that function all our licensing. So if you think about the Microsoft licensing and the various items that we're using now. So that's what's in that item. And then the 3,900, which is other purchase services, those type items include where we book the charter schools expenditure. And the charter schools are about 5.7 million of that 7 million. The remaining are the ones where you see services that come through the bid documents that we present to you, board docs, every 2 weeks. So some of those services are recorded in 3,900. It depends on if it's specialized or whatever. So, but the majority of that 7 million is where we record the expenditure for the charter schools. And their revenue is included in our FTE.
Sure, so the significant increase in that charter school is potentially because we just brought a new charter school online for this upcoming school year.
Yes, and we also had in there Ocala High School, but
right.
they are going to, I guess, come back next year. So
Right.
that'll be an item that we can reduce the budget by
Okay,
when we get to final. And so when we explain tentative to final,
right,
we'll be showing that as a reduction
okay.
to that
perfect.
expenditure.
And 1 second, Mr. Browning, and then also in the rentals line item, because we do have a, 500 some odd thousand increase from prior year, Canvas is also going to be included in that
Yes,
too.
anything,
Right,
Microsoft,
Google Classroom, all of those things.
I looked at them, just the vendors,
Right,
and it's mostly licensing.
okay. Okay, thank you. Mr. Browning?
Yes, two things. One, let me do that subject first. Are these the items that often come up under consent? Those licenses and various costs, like often they're out of state even, and they're for software programs, that type of thing.
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay. And boy, well, I do appreciate you bringing those up to the extent you can. Always bring them up on the open agenda, because it's about the only time we actually see them. And sometimes we can avoid or just change, because that world is changing dramatically. I have some things, I tend to stay a long time with services, and sometimes I have actual items that are from 1995, for example, and I'm like the only one left, and it's not a prudent move, and so changing and updating and bringing those things forward are big help. The out of county travel, is that more people? Is that more categories? What is it what changed in that arena?
I would just say COVID. And during the COVID period, there was limited travel, limited training, and what I've seen in the last few months is that not only outside training, but also the Department of Education, they're hosting more trainings, and not only our teachers, but our staff are attending training. So
We're moving around physically rather than
Yes, virtually.
Zoom-ish type travel. Got
I
it.
think the staff would tell you when these trainings were virtual, they really struggled.
Is it being less effective?
Virtually, I think they would say face-to-face has been most effective.
Mm-hmm. Face-to-face is most, okay. Okay, so maybe we're going into a dark world in the next 10, 15 years, because they're talking about all electronic, like everything is going in that direction. And I'm not putting on that set of goggles and looking into some virtual thing, because it's hard to trust reality anymore, much less a virtual reality. Thank you.
I never thought about it.
A bit facetious, sir, but thank you.
Ms. Posadelis, if it would be okay, let's just take about a 5 to 10 minute break.
Thank you.
Please, at 10:32, or are we good to take a
Yes,
break real quick? Okay.
Absolutely.
We'll take a pause at 10:32.
Thank you, Chair.
Since there's only three of us, we can't.
Very well.
I know, I thought there's only 3 of us, we can't just, go ahead, you can go first.
Oh, no, go ahead.
No.
Let's
go to.
Okay, we are back from our break at 10:44. Ms. Boston Ellis, I believe we're on slide 39 or 40, if that's correct with what you're looking at.
39 and 40, and we're looking at the object for energy services. So last year, 11.4 million, and 22-23, we are anticipating 11.5 million. On slide 40, just high level, the electricity, object 4300, $8.4 million. And then also, if you go down to 4600, diesel fuel, 2.5 million. As you can see, for the actual year, it was about 2.5 million. Now that we have all of our, or most of the buses up and running, we may need to increase that dollar amount as well. Just wanted to share with you that we do have a fuel contract. We do a joint bid with the City of Ocala, and you've approved that contract in the past. And basically, you pay actual costs plus a markup, and the markup includes delivery costs and things like that. Rick Collins did an analysis for me on the change from, I believe, May of 2020 to May of 2021 to May of 2022. And it was an increase about 75%, but some of that increase wasn't just actual cost, but it was also the fuel that we ordered. So if you think about it, in COVID, during those times, the orders were not as high. But it is, the fixed cost is a managed cost, but we do pay actual costs. We use a report called the OPIS, which is a highly regarded report to base off what we should be paying. So we're not just accepting a bill. We're using that OPIS contract to verify what the fuel charges should be.
And on the electricity costs, because there isn't that much of a change in what last year's budget was versus this year, are we taking into account the significant increases that have happened in our city utilities? Have we added the percentage of increase that's there in all of our city?
We may or may not. This probably will have to be amended for the 21-22 year, just because when we cut off for tentative, we still had not received the June bill.
Okay.
So those are things that you may see when we update the budget for adopting. So the fuel and the electricity may increase some.
Where we just make notes like star that so we can come back to look at that when we're getting into the
Yes.
final. Okay, perfect. Mr. Brown.
Yes, thank you. Help me understand, I'm going to slide 39, if you go back one.
Yes, sir.
Help me understand, how are we able to go down? I just can't, on diesel fuel, let's see. Diesel fuel stayed the same.
Right.
And help me with the 74 down to 73. You would think every one of these have gone up significantly.
What went up?
That's, if I may, Ms. Boston Ellis, that's, this is the pie chart based on the percentage of the overall budget.
Yes.
So the next page actually helps show that a little bit more, where the increase and the decreases have been.
But you are correct. It's pretty much the same. The budget to budget is pretty much the same. Again, when we created the tentative budget, we had not received some of the bills for like maybe June, the month of June. So what happens, Mr. Browning, is when we bring the adopted budget to you, we will show the increase in some of these areas to make sure that we're covering. Yes.
Okay, because this just wouldn't. That just wouldn't. We had a force majeure there. It just would not be able to be be accurate.
I would expect an increase in the electricity as well as the fuel.
This slipped past me, but if you could, just from memory in general, you maintain the principle on our investments. And I go back a couple of slides.
Yes,
but
sir.
You maintain the principle. Could you speak around that? How did you do that? I need to know, the community needs to know, how did we maintain the principal? This will be the only entity in the Western world to maintain the principal during that period of time.
Right. So when I say that, what I'm saying to you is the law requires that we protect the principal, and then the second item is liquidity, and then the third is return on investment. So you will see when our annual financial report is done, which has happened in past years, where there is something called a market-to-market adjustment. So it will reduce the investments, but that is just the adjustment. But our principal has to be protected. So that one adjustment happens at the end of the year, looking back over 12 months. So there may be a reduction in the total investments, but that is an adjustment that we have to make based on the market.
Okay, and we will make that. I get it.
Yes, sir.
That brings me back into reality. Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
yes.
I just couldn't, airplanes were flying under the surface of the earth. I just couldn't get there. All right,
Yes,
thank
sir. I apologize for the confusion.
We're limited in what we can invest in.
Right. Mhm.
Yeah, but even bonds, you're not going to survive with a big smile on your face. So I just couldn't understand how we'd gotten there. So, okay, good. That was a great explanation. Thank you.
So we'll move on to the object materials and supplies. The adopted budget was $12.6 million. The tentative budget for 22-23 is $14.3 million. What I wanted to share with you on that, if you'll go to slide 42, what is in consumable supplies, so that's our regular pencils, papers, and the like. But also, there is a new allocation. Again, we spoke of dual enrollment. So that is also where we included the dual enrollment textbooks. That'll have to be moved down to the textbook object when we do the final. They gave us an estimate. We didn't know what it was for, but after the fact, we found out that was their textbook estimate for dual enrollment. So we'll have to amend that down to where it belongs. 5,200, of course, is textbook. Our allocation is about 3.5 million. So the 6.8 includes a carryover from the prior year. This is an example of categoricals that we have to roll over. If we don't spend them, we have to roll over them and use them in the next year. So that's what's in that 6.8 million. And then the 5,900 other materials and supplies, 2.2 million. Most of that are the categoricals that we had to roll over. So our total categoricals were a little over $11 million, but they're spread out over the different objects depending on where they'll use them. What happens after the year begins, the folks who are over these dollar amounts, who are supervising these dollar amounts, will come and tell us where they want them, what schools and what objects they need to go in.
So on the textbooks, we just adopted new math textbooks, so that will be paid out of that categorical of 5,200, or when in our line item 5,200?
I'm not sure about if the math textbooks will. We did allocate textbook money in ESSER, so I'm assuming that's where the math books will come out.
So what we'll be able to do if we, in fact, did pay it out of ESSER, and potentially even our upcoming textbook cycle, if we pay that out of ESSER, then we're able to, I hate to use the word stockpile, but we're able to backfill some of those where we're rolling it over year after year, so that actually will help us have textbook money for the next couple of cycles.
Right. In the old days, that's what would happen. We would continue to roll it over because they knew an adoption was coming. Right. So I'm assuming there's another adoption coming that these funds will be used towards. But I'm pretty sure the math was coming out of ESSER. If I'm wrong, somebody in curriculum will let me know, but I believe that's...
But that's good information to have there, that we do, we only spent, close to 900,000 out of this 4.2 million last year, and we're rolling more over, and that's actually a good thing for us in the long run, because that line item in the FEFP can only be used for textbooks, and we'll continue to have new adoptions. Is science this year, or?
So Vice Chair Campbell, you're correct. And I just want to caution the board, and just as a reminder, that while we're trying to plan long-term, there's still typically a gap between the textbook adoptions and what we're funded. So I just don't want there to be a misunderstanding that there's some money there, that it's going to be sufficient. So we still anticipate quite a bit of gap. So we'll have to make that decision through the next rounds of textbook adoptions of what the teachers need to get them what they need, and what we decide not to purchase.
Superintendent, is that a negative gap? Is that
Yes,
that you're referring to?
That's correct.
Okay, so we're not meeting, we're not getting there.
So Board Member Browning, there's a negative gap. We are not fully funded for full textbook adoption in those cycles.
And we're using then the old to make up the difference?
No, we've purchased new, but we utilize those federal dollars to help support this adoption, so our teachers had what they needed.
We do have, so we have the funds, we're using federal funds, so we do have the books.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And where is the negative? Help me with
If
just the
we did-
accounting aspect so I can.
Sure, if we didn't have those federal dollars, we would not have sufficient funds to pay for the textbook
Okay,
adoption.
but we do
cycle.
have them, and we have.
Right.
So we're up.
Temporary dollars, correct.
Thank you.
Just as Ms. Bostonellis expressed, so FEFP allocated $3.5 million for textbooks, but our textbooks this year, 5 or 6 million, I think is what they were.
Yes.
So we have used the federal ESSER dollars to pay for that this year. So that's why we continue to have a little bit of rollover right now
In our general,
fund for that line item.
yes.
With the 3.5 million allocation, it covers about half of the cost of what textbooks actually are.
Yes, that goes back to my earlier question, how you build the general fund.
Yes, sir.
Exactly. Yeah, okay, wonderful. Thank you for that moment. Yeah,
Ms. Burr.
that's important.
Dr. Gullett, just to clarify, and this is a frustration of mine because, you look at these categories in the FEFP and you think, okay, well, textbooks, this is the money. And as a citizen, I would assume, well, then that's the money we need to buy textbooks. Nobody's saying that, there's not enough there and you're going to have to come up with it from somewhere else, because that somewhere else also can be, and this is just me talking, should be used for other things. Don't say that it's money for textbooks when it's not enough money for textbooks. I would like to see some transparency here in these categories where it says partial funding or something, so that I know as a citizen what the real deal is. And it is what it is. And I like to deal in reality. So I don't know if there's a way to make this more clear, but I hope there is. Because taking from one to make another whole, when it's being advertised that we're giving you this because this is what you need, to me, that's not true.
Thank you, Ms. Thrower. And it's interesting that you bring that up, because I know when I was in Finance Forum training, learning about the FEFP, I asked specifically about the reading instruction allocation
Right.
and instructional materials combined when it's a year we're approving language arts textbooks. Because we're approving reading curriculum, but those can't necessarily be combined because of the way they're categorized in the FEFP. And so I asked specifically that kind of question, like, okay, so why don't they look at it like this on a year that the DOE says this is our textbook adoption for this particular categorical? Anyway, that's a very good point, Ms. Thrower. Thank you.
Vice Chair? Yes, yeah, that's exactly where my heart goes. When we were looking at the building, I think was in excess of $40 million with creative shifting of funds, that was where the calls were coming to me. Like, wait a minute, it's hard enough to track this stuff. If we shift funds and we draw them out of HVAC, for example, in academic, and then we move it over, that is almost impossible to track. It's almost impossible for anyone to follow. And we did, I think we got that cleared up, because, but what Board Member Thrower indicates, you got to get to reality. You can't creatively shift funds without opening that window of transparency. Because if you do open the window of transparency, now everybody can carry the same burden of knowledge. Now we're all on the same page. That's excellent. And yes, that's absolutely where we have to go on every one of these items. And sorry if it's burdensome and laborious, but we just have to do it. Thank you.
Vice Chair Campbell, if I may, based on the board's discussion, it may be helpful perhaps if we create a chart from slide 16 of those categoricals and identify those that are partially funded and where we have to cover if.
Well, I like that.
That'd be helpful because and I know Ms. Bostonellis covered this earlier, as there are other categories here in addition to the ones mentioned, Safe Schools and others, that if we could provide a data point around that, would that be helpful?
Yes, so
Very
what the
helpful.
state funds us versus what the actual cost is for us in each of those categoricals. Because thank you for the chart, slide 16, that shows us actually what our allocations are to each of those categoricals, but we actually saw cost versus what we're allocated. I think that would actually be really helpful to see how much we have to make up in the general fund.
When we're talking to legislators, it's so important to like have your facts. It's like calibers in a gun. You get the right ammo to the right equipment. It's just incumbent on spreading the knowledge so that we all are looking at the same page. It's so important.
Vice Chair Campbell?
Yes.
Yes, and maybe just as a final comment on this, apples to apples comparisons are important. And when I look at the FEFP and I see specific titles for specific categories, I do not see a specific title and category for capital funding for school building, elementary, school building, middle, school building, high, district office, construction. You know, that's when we end up being forced to find funds that are legal and within the category of capital investments, as an example. So let's just make sure that we continue to compare apples to apples and not muddy the waters. That would be my request.
No, and thank you for that, Ms. Thrower, because I know that we talked at our meeting on Tuesday about actually having some conversation upcoming about legislative priorities and so forth, and I know we've made PICO funding. I think we probably need to have that still there, but maybe not call it PICO funding, because they keep hearing us say, come up with another creative name that we'll just call it what we really need it to be, but something along those lines. But you're absolutely right. I think that if you remember, whenever we spoke to our legislators during delegation, I said, the one thing that we all can be assured of is COVID taught us that kids need face-to-face instruction. Yet there has not been any allocation from the legislature at all for anything from a facility standpoint for schools for many, many years. And I had heard in 2019, 2020, ahead of the pandemic, there was kind of chatter out there that, oh, we didn't need to put that because education will eventually become virtual and people will be, more fluid and they'll be traveling and they'll need less physical. They'll need less physical land and less physical spaces. But again, if COVID taught us anything nationwide, is that students, especially at those younger ages, absolutely imperative for them, nearly all of them. Some are successful depending on the support they have in the home and the internet capabilities and all of those things, but nearly all students need that face-to-face instruction, and we have to get serious about what that cost actually is with our facilities. So thank you for that, Ms. Thrower.
Vice Chair, may I?
Oh.
Yes, if I may. Yes, we're right at the heart of an incredibly important issue, and that is with our legislators, we must go forward from this venue, not from an association like the School Board Association, because they so often reflect a political viewpoint for, I'm just going to pick Miami-Dade, not to pound on anybody, but it's a completely different political venue than Marion County, Florida. And to go down that road when we, and have them do any kind of lobbying for us, when in fact we have the power right here in Marion County, that's my concern, not some liberal locations around the state and have them carry any weight at all just because they've been prior school board people. That's so important, and I think we're missing the boat if we don't come from this venue directly to the legislature and bypass some of the liberal operations that might have a completely different interest at heart. So I just can't miss that opportunity to go directly to our people, our legislators, with our issues. And if we could spend more time on that in workshops, I think we would be miles ahead in terms of funding and reduced burdens that come up on a regular basis. Wow, we've got the horsepower, let's just use it. Go right directly to the engine and accelerate the vehicle, if you don't mind the metaphor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Browning. And while I was hoping I would have a wonderful, smooth transition into the capital outlay, which is where we're heading next, I would be remiss if I didn't make a quick comment to Mr. Browning's comments. While I understand from where your position is, utilizing the Florida School Board Association legislative platform and advocacy, of which I am a part representing this board, in addition to what we do, this isn't an or situation. We use one or the other. It is actually an and situation. We work in conjunction, and I can assure you that the advocacy that happens through the FSBA legislative and advocacy committees actually do reflect the priorities of Marion County School Board, and I'm a part of that in ensuring that that occurs. So again, that's not an or situation, it's an and I think that we can work in tandem. But back to the conversation we were just having about getting serious about how much it actually costs for us in our facilities, I think that's a pretty decent transition into capital outlay. I was trying to give you a transition to set you up for it.
Okay.
Good one.
While this is capital outlay, it is not the capital outlay you're thinking of, our capital projects fund. This is a category for the Red Book. That's where we record furniture, fixtures, equipment, computers. It's that kind of a capital outlay, but thank you for the transition.
It's still face-to-face instruction.
Yes, it is, definitely. So what I'd like to bring to your attention is 6,400, where it says furniture, fixture, and equipment. It's not just chairs and tables for students or our staff, but that also includes the cost of what we call school infrastructure, so that is replacing laptops, Chromebooks, those type of expenditures, and also the district infrastructure. So it's the infrastructure from a technology standpoint that not only benefits the classroom, but district-wide, the things that they have to spend. So, technology is ever-changing, and a lot of times they run into things that are no longer, we're no longer able to support just because it's obsolete. So those are large expenditures, and they are recurring costs. So if you think about it, we are probably updating technology every 5 to 7 years, and I think in some instances it's longer than that. So technology tends to continues to drive those capital expenditures. Land improvements, what's interesting is how we categorize things in the Red Book, and land improvement, that's the Dunellen High scoreboard. That's where it's being charged. So in case you were wondering about that. And then also we get a fuel tax credit. We have to identify projects that we can use, things like asphalt replacement. So the money was not used last year. We roll it over, and hopefully they'll be able to identify a project that we can use those dollars for as well. So that's in that object 6,700 as well. And then
if I may just interrupt a moment, and so but we don't lose that, right?
No, sir, it just rolls over.
We can roll it
Yes.
2, 3, 4, 5 years. Okay, good.
Yes.
Good.
Absolutely.
We can build that. Okay, thank you.
And then the 6,800 remodeling, again, this is tied to, for the 22-23 project, it's district-wide flooring as well as school-wide lock replacement. Those were the two items that stood out to me.
And just one quick note, if we went back to slide 16 and that FEFP, while this is $9.7 million, there isn't a categorical for this capital outlay.
No.
Thank you.
No, ma'am.
Just for a point of note. So
I think what the expectation is once we meet the categorical requirements, then the rest of the funding is to fill the gap. So I always use the example of transportation, $28 million, but our allocation is 12. So we're supposed to use their other funding to meet the gap. But yes.
thank you.
And some of the categoricals, we will be able to build a bucket, if you will. I think we did that many years ago, where we showed the allocation and we show the budget expenditures tied to it. We may not be able to do it for all of them, but we'll give it our best try. Okay, so then we can move on to other expenses and transfers, and that's everything else that doesn't fit under the other object categories. The item that I would point out to you under the 7,500 function, we typically have things like stipends paid out of that are general fund supported, as well as our substitutes. And as you can see, there is a large decrease from budget to budget, and we have moved our sub-costs to the ESSER project as well. Miscellaneous, again, that will include our Safe Schools hardening, the carryover. They were not able to complete the fences last year due to backlog of equipment, and so instead of absorbing those dollar amounts into fund balance, we just set up the budget for the 22-23 year, and I believe they will be done in a couple of months. Also, the categoricals are in that 7,900 miscellaneous expense. And basically, again, those are categorical carryovers. The mental health allocation, those dollars, if they aren't spent, they're rolled over. And also there's some advanced placement as well as the ACE program carryovers that are recorded in that. We use that object until we are given the budget for the carryover. They have provided a budget for the current year allocation, but not knowing the carryover until the year is complete, we use that 7,900 object to hold, think of it as a holding spot, and then when they provide the budget to where those dollars need to go to, then we'll move them out. And you'll see those in budget amendments. The only other item I want to point out to you, the 9,700, you may remember that we had to transfer 4.1 million from the general fund to the self-insurance fund to establish that fund balance that is required by the law. So that's what that $4.1 million is.
And at this juncture, we're not anticipating an increase in that?
No, we are not.
Perfect.
That, in addition to the 8% increase, we are not.
Okay.
I believe they are coming back with some challenges or some things that'll help us reduce the cost. I believe Mr. Buss mentioned medical prescription type programs that they were going to come back with, hopefully require, or that will help us with cost savings. So now we're ready to go and talk about fund balance. And basically, it's the excess of our assets over our liabilities. You may remember the last downturn in the economy. The legislators came up with rules that required school districts to have at least a 3% fund balance. And what they call that is, if we go below that, we have to, the superintendent has to report to you as well as report to the Department of Education that we are below the 3% requirement. If we go below the 2% requirement, then we have to provide to them how we're going to get back up to 3%. This board has been very supportive of maintaining that. I would also like to add that our auditors believe we should keep between 5 to 7%, and that's of the revenue. So if you think 5% of your revenue should be set aside, for those things that may occur that we weren't prepared for. But our rating agencies recommend double digit. That's 10 to 12%. So we have to think about fund balance, that it must be considered for financial stability. That means that we have something there in case, worst case scenario. And then also, we should not be using them for recurring expenditures. So again, there's a delicate balance between having fund balance, a healthy fund balance, versus maximizing what we can do in terms of expenditures. So we've got to get to that. We're not where we need to be. In a perfect world, our total revenue should equal our total expenditures. But we know that things happen. We don't fill all the positions. So we anticipate using some of that fund balance to help us with the next year. And you'll see that's exactly what happened for the 22-23 year. Just for...
Have we transferred to the chair? Yes. May I, sir? Yes, thank you. Just do a recap, if you would, on slide 46 on is that our 20%? I'm just trying to do the mental math here.
48, sir? Is that what you're talking about?
Slide number 46.
Okay.
With the change to budget of 46 million from 4.
Yes, from budget to budget, the budget
to budget. Is that the 21% or so?
No,
20%
sir.
plus?
No, that's the 46 million from our adopted budget 21-22 to the tentative budget 22-23. So that was the change in the budget.
Okay, to the 81. I got it. And yes, and I just comment on your reserve. Reserves are mandatory. If you don't have reserves, you're running on red line in your aircraft in terms of fuel. Never run, down on the bottom line. Just can't do it. Always have reserves. I like half a tank, personally, and never go below it. Consider that empty. It allows for much better utilization or adaptation of opportunity when it comes up. And unforeseen things like headwinds.
Yes.
Thank you.
So just for general knowledge, the fund balance classification, there's 5 categories. And the first one is non-spendable. So that basically is we have to reserve for inventory. So we look at our balances of inventory at the end of the year. We don't expense the inventory until somebody uses it. So it's sitting there as an asset, but we have to record it in the fund balance. And then restricted, the thing we've been talking about for the last hour or so, is the categoricals. So that's a part of what has to be structured in the fund balance. There's a new category for us this year that's committed in the new board policy for fund balance. You provided that we begin, after this fiscal year, starting to put money aside for a stabilization fund. And after 22-23, we'll begin putting aside 2% of the revenue until we get up to 10%. And then only by board approval can that those dollars be pulled out of that stabilization fund. Assigned, if you think about FES, we'll set up an estimate of what we think FES may be, the Family Empowerment Scholarship, additional. Also, when we get FTE audits, we sometimes get adjustments to our revenue. So we set aside that dollar amount as well, and it's just an estimate. And then unassigned includes that 3% and whatever else is left over. So just a general discussion of those categories. So we'll move to, you have a pie chart, and it says at the top, tab 3, and it says slide 25. You will go to the second one. and it shows 22.7 million. So at the end of 22-23, we are projecting a fund balance of 22.7 million. When we talked about non-spendable or inventory, we use
Hold on, Ms. Bonsanello. Where are you at now?
on the attachments. You should have some
Which
attachments.
section, Ms. Boston-Ellis? In the notebook?
It is one of your attachments.
Tab 7.
Behind tab 7.
Yes.
Tab seven?
What does it say at the top?
It says general fund operating FY 21-22 actual fund balance.
Tab 7.
Should be behind tab 7.
Looks like this.
It looks like a pie
Tab
chart.
7,
Thank you.
yes.
Do you have a page number?
It's behind tabs. We don't have page numbers on
It'll
these.
say tab 7.
It just looks like this.
Tab 7 is
And-
tab.
Okay.
It's
Thank you.
At the top, it says tab 3, slide 25.
Got it. I'll look at yours.
Okay.
Mr. Browning, do you not have one?
No, I have it. I'm
Okay,
a
okay,
little cumbersome. This, I can see it. It's a visual.
okay.
Thank you.
So the first tab, this one that says actual fund balance. So at the end of 21-22, if you can think about when we did tentative budget, we were still paying bills. We were still receiving, hopefully, additional revenue. So at that point, we are projecting $62 million, or 18%. Our restricted, our categoricals are 11.8 million. Those are revenues that were not used that we have to carry over. Another category is non-spendable, and that's the inventory balances in our assets as well as prepaid. So if we're paying for something in the 21-22 year that really belongs in that next year, it's set up as a prepaid. So that amount is 3.3 million. Our assigned is 8.7 million, and what the law allows us to do is to set aside some funds in that 21-22 year to help balance the 22-23 budget. There is a specific calculation that we have to do, and at the tentative budget time, we estimated $27 million shortfall. And then the last category at the bottom is unassigned, and that is the 3% that is required, as well as additional 2% for a total of 5.6%. And that amount is 19 million. So when we come before you with final budget, we will have the final fund balance and the different pieces to that.
So we're on slide 48. We talked about fund balance, statute requiring 3%, auditors recommending 5.7, financial rating recommending 10 to 12. The way this is looking right now, we're at 18.
No, that is the total.
Okay,
That includes restricted,
got it.
but what they are saying is the assigned, unassigned needs to be at least 5 to
Okay.
7%, and credit rating agencies want it to be double digit.
So then we're at 13.6.
Yes.
All right, that helps.
Chair.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, it's not me anymore.
Ms. Bostonello said, do you remember offhand what our current credit rating is? Because I remember during the recession, it dropped from AAA, I think.
We have not been rated for the 22 year, but in 21, it was a stable rating. I believe it was AA3. So it wasn't grand, but it's not a bad rating. But typically what happens is they look at how school districts are funded, and they come up with that credit rating agency. So that rating would be okay in terms of getting a good interest rate if and when we start, building,
Right,
and which we require loans.
right. And that was an improvement from
Yes.
where we were, I remember.
You're exactly right. Our rating dropped.
Are those trips going to resume where the district representatives get called to, I think it's New York,
We haven't done that since Mr. Yancey. Now it's a phone call, and they send pages and pages of questions that we have to respond to, and then we provide that information to them. I think some districts still make that trip to New York for Moody's and Fitch, but I'm not aware of us having to do that, make that trip.
So typically, it's not face-to-face anymore.
It has not been for us. They do something they call surveillance, and then that's every year. They're basically checking in terms of our capital projects plans, our 5-year plan, as well as our debt.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, Chair?
Yes, sir.
Yes, and so this is our bond rating. It's just
Yes,
for
sir,
people
the credit
listening, our
rating.
Credit, credit in our instance, it means a bond rating.
Yes,
When
sir.
we go out to borrow funds, we do it via a bond.
Yes, sir.
And that's at just Wall Street level. They get bundled, they get bought by investors, and we get a special rate. And so that rating does matter, and
Yes.
tribute to you for keeping up with things, because if you don't, I will attest, you will slide down that bond rating quickly. You can lose your status quickly in that arena. Thank you.
Right. I know that they are watching school districts in Florida and probably all of the states in the United States because of the federal dollars and knowing, the funding cliff, and are we ready for that funding cliff? And that's what we're going to be having to do in the next few years to make sure that we are ready for when those federal dollars disappear. And we have to make sure that our funds are stable and that we can absorb any needed costs. And Dr. Gullett has already started talking to us about programs and, what's priority.
I don't think there'll be a funding cliff. I think there'll be a funding mountain. And that has its own tragedies in it. Start adding zeros to the backside of any dollar amount, it's really ends up you're losing. You better grab hold of something because you're falling. And it's especially school districts and school district staff really needs to be cognizant of that, because every time this funding comes out and this borrow, and now we're at $30 trillion. Every time that happens, you get closer to putting a V in front of United States of America, and it's a Venezuelan type scenario where the money becomes worthless. So it's something that we really need to pay attention to, and it's a mountain, not a valley. But it ultimately, we all get to the same place, and that is lost value.
Thank you. So the next slide, the pie chart, is where we're projecting 22-23 to be.
Okay.
We're projecting our non-spendable inventory to be $1 million. We usually use that as a conservative amount because we really don't know what that amount will be.
We're back in that.
We know that based on, are we all there? Okay. We know that based on the projections for the Family Empowerment Scholarship, that we needed to put aside $2 million. We had budgeted the 18, we did not have the $2 million. And then also to maintain that 3% requirement. And then in addition to that, there was 2.11%. So our total unassigned is 5.11%. We know and we hope those things change for various reasons, whether or not we are fully, when we budget, I'll start back and do this. When we budget our staff, we are budgeting as if they start that first day and they work throughout our contract to the end of their contract. But we know that doesn't happen. People come and go. So in our budget, we also provide an estimate of what we consider that positions won't be filled. And Thomas is really good at looking at what has happened in the past year and come up with a percentage. So we reduce the budget by that amount as well. So we're always looking at expenditures, where we think we'll be at the end of the year. So that's why most times you'll see how the fund balance will increase. In addition to that, as I told you before, we did move ESSER expenditures, or we did move some of our expenditures to ESSER. So that also increased our fund balance for the year of 21-22. But I want you to look at that third sheet. It has numbers on it. It says general fund operating 21-22 fiscal year. It's attached to the pie charts. So our beginning fund balance was $59.8 million for 21-22. Our revenues as of what we called our ending year, $344 million, and expenditures were $342. So our estimated ending fund balance was that $62 million that I talked about a little bit earlier. And then here are all the components of fund balance. But if you go down to 22-23, we start out with that $62 million beginning fund balance, revenues of $383, expenditures of $423, and we end up with $22.7 million in fund balance. So if you compare our expenditures in 21-22, $342 million, to our expenditures in 22-23, which are $423 million. That's a huge increase in expenditures. So that's the area where we're going to have to do the most work. And when I talked about beginning revenues equaling expenditures, that's where we've got to start getting closer to, so that we're not living on our savings, if I can use that phrase. We've got to get away from living on our savings and counting on fund balance from a prior year to help us balance the budget. So again, there is we got to find that sweet spot where we can spend a little bit more than what we're earning, but also maintaining the fund balance, because that fund balance will impact the next year. And so it's sort of, in my mind, it's kind of a vicious cycle. So the closer we can get to meeting or aligning our expenditures with the revenue, the better off we'll be.
And so this is so imperative to see this right now, Ms. Boston-Ellis, because this is totally separate and apart from ESSER dollars. I mean, this is completely, we're based on our tentative budget right now, and I know we're weeks away from having it finalized, and that's what we're spending all this time on these work sessions on, but we're living well beyond our means based on this upcoming budget cycle, and that is disconcerting. To understand, I mean, we have a referendum on the upcoming ballot that voters will determine some of this, but this is a disconcerting figure for me to see, and that's why it's so imperative that we go into detail what those expenditures are that are outlined in this budget versus the revenue, because if I've said publicly and repeatedly that I will always be for funding people over programs, but if some of these dollars of expenditures are people that we can't justify or validate what their actual job duties are in their job description, evaluation, et cetera, and that's just one illustration of what an expenditure is, but we do know a significant portion of our budget is salaries and benefits. So we do have to start considering tightening our belt and figuring out where those costs are so that we can get a little bit more in line and not spending beyond our means. Honestly, that's disconcerting for me to see, but thank you for putting it out there for us like that.
Ms. Thor?
Thank you. And the playing field is already starting to shift, because right now we are in a very fortunate position of having a lot of people that want to come and work for us. In fact, processing these employees through has been the challenge this year, and getting them into the departments to serve. So I'm not sure that we're going to be able to count on these vacancies in the future to help us out, so to speak. And that's a very good problem to have, but it is a problem that we haven't had to deal with since I can't remember when. And so it really is going to be incumbent on any board member that comes on here to know their history, certainly, but to also know that we are moving in a whole new direction in terms of hiring and retaining and stability. That's a game changer for our budget.
Chair.
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you. Yes, absolutely. Boy, I echo that 100%. In spending, and we've kind of come a long way this year, pulling spending out of consensus. And I know that's trying for folks a lot of times, but it's everything in terms of spending, because that's where revenue ultimately goes, is into spending. So we can never get too busy to address every one of these items. And then the revenue that comes in, we must consider it real. Don't consider it, oh, this is a bonus, it's not going to go on forever, because nothing goes on forever. You go with your current amount. Yes, you have your reserves, and that's incredibly important. And we are very salary oriented, and anything above a teacher, a mature, top, Apple winning, golden teacher, anything above that needs to shrink. Anything teacher, top teacher level down needs to expand, in my estimation. And it's so exciting to see a surplus. And when we have a surplus of like 20%, I think we have to treat it as real. And we cannot begin to depend on a hope and a wish and a possibility of a referendum and make it like we're desperate, because very likely, you get a yes or you get a no. And you must proceed then down through the rest of the year and not be so dependent on it and undervalue the dollars that we have now to be able to function. So this is critical that we're having this discussion, critical at this point, especially with just a few days away with this referendum idea, because I don't want the brakes to go on in any regard, and there's no need for the brakes to go on. We're flush with money, and there is no guarantee of being flush with money off into the future. We've got a few years. And so with that said, it's exciting that we're having this discussion right now, because this is the only time and the only place we can actually have this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. May we put another fallacy to rest, and that is that we are top-heavy in administration. I don't know if anyone has the exact numbers, but I believe that we need to keep getting that out there over and over and over again, because my understanding is that we are much lower in terms of our administrative allocation than most other districts. So let's just put that baby to bed, shall we?
So what I can provide to you next time, and it is on the web, and it's our administrative costs, and we are typically in the bottom 10 for that in terms of administrative costs, what the Department of Education defines as administrative costs. But in the general fund, on one of your attachments, it says tab 3, slide 33 through 34. And it basically details everybody that's charged to the general fund operating. I don't know if that helps, but that's where the staff is
And Unit 11, or Object 1100 is the administrative, is that correct?
Yes, 1100 would be not just the district administration, but it includes like the coordinators, let's see, assistant principals, area soups, coordinators, directors,
Principals.
pardon me?
I said principals.
Yes,
So
yes.
school-based and district administration. And we do have the comparison of the actual numbers of people that.
Correct.
And when we have 6,000 employees or so, you can do a percentage on what that looks like.
In the annual financial report, we have tables in there which provides the full-time employees. And I believe Thomas has already provided that information for 21-22 year. And we still are under 6,000 full-time employees.
Okay, thank you. That's good. So we are under 6,000 employees. I know there's been some misconception out there. While Ms. Thrower is all about dispelling rumors, and Chair Cummings as well in our most recent meeting, where let's dispel the rumor, let's dispel actually some inaccurate information that's currently available on the Clerk of Court's website. We do not have 7,000 employees, and as Ms. Bostonella said, we actually don't have 6,000 employees. We are under that 6,000 number, so thank you for sharing that with us, Ms. Boston Ellis. And if you are able to share with us the actual amount whenever we have our next meeting or something, that would be helpful for us to have that to share publicly, so we can start using that number, just as we are going to be using the 905 million, or whatever our budget is right now. We will also want to use accurate numbers on number of employees, and perhaps if you can break out that 5,000 whatever number is, and exactly how many of those are instructional, because that's also a number that I think is helpful to see. Of the less than 6,000 employees, 2,000 or 1,800 or whatever is instructional. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Sure.
And Chair,
Yes, sir.
if I may also,
Sir,
go ahead.
24 hours.
Yes.
Yes.
We publish every year, and I'm holding in my hand our calendar, and that, for anyone who wishes to keep up to date, in the very back has that data for last year as we published it. And that indicates that as to last year, we had 6,300 employees, and 43% were instructional, 54% support, 3% administrative. Also has the budget numbers, number of students. So, we try to maintain and keep that accurate, but it is also made available to those who want to look at it, and instead of going on numbers that they might have heard.
Thank you.
Yes, Chair?
Sir.
Yes. Yeah, and so I would advocate that we never, ever put to rest the employees. And these counts, we don't know the count. So to credit or discredit numbers it's problematic in terms of keeping communication healthy and open. These are not criticisms coming from the community in most part. They're understanding and discussion of the subject, and I think it's critical. We have to have the conversation in general, like a part of the budget, but more importantly than that is we must have the discussion and never put it to rest, what it does to an individual, because individual is what makes up this 6,300 number that we have published right now. That is made up of individuals, and those individuals are putting their heart and soul and their talents forward to meet our goal, which is to educate. It's just critically important. And when we've got huge percentage difference between one staff member and another staff member, that's the issue, not the category, but what happens on an individual basis. Because a PhD in one area is equal to a PhD in another area, but it might get paid double, for example. And so we can never put that to rest, because to put it to rest is to put to rest the discussion of the individual. And never can we do that, because we finally come down to an individual student. And that individual student must have access to the same power and the rights associated with being an individual. We never, ever outrun our duty to the individual student, to the individual staff member, the teacher, the bus driver, and to those staff members above the principal in terms of the dollars. So, no, we never put that to rest, ever. We must always be that advocate, because it's germane to what we do for a living. And I think we're all pushing in that direction, and it will always, in my book, always stay open in a discussion with the community. Thank you.
There's a major miscommunication here. And I'll just say this. We work very hard to make sure that our community is aware of what we are doing and the direction that we're trying to go. And that is never going to change. It's something that we're getting better and better at. But when numbers are patently false and being communicated and used as an agenda, then that just needs to be countered. And we're always going to be in this position. So the advocacy will continue on behalf of public education. That's all I have.
If there are no more questions on the general fund operating, we'll move on to the adult ed program, which is still a part of general fund, but we have to record it separately. And this is basically.
Councilman Ellis,
Yes, sir.
I think we're gonna break, not now, but we're gonna, so you can get to your breaking point. Guys, about 12:15, 12:10.
Are we going to slide 103?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So,
The rest of it should
Okay.
be fairly quick.
okay.
Unless you want to talk about referendum a lot, but adult ed is
Okay,
fairly.
okay. I just don't want to wear you out either.
Past tense.
We had to.
But it's all good. It's,
Too long
it's,
before you came.
I think it's been a great discussion.
Okay.
I think I'm just used to being able to sit at a table.
Right, right.
Now, we'd love to have you at the table. That'd be wonderful.
No, in the old building, and I could spread all my papers out, but
Correct.
I'm good. I'm good. Thank you. I thank you for caring. So we'll move on to adult ed and go to their revenue sources. So that's slide 53. And the total tentative budget is $9.2 million. Last year it was $7.5 million. But just like the general fund, MTC got quite a few grants where they were able to provide scholarships to students. So their budget increased because those expenditures were moved over to another source. Again, their local is made up of fees, tuition and fees, $4 million, and the state, which is that workforce appropriation, is about $4.3 million. And their beginning fund balance was a modest $828,000. The next two pages really dictate their revenue again. The state is that workforce, and the local are their tuition and fees. I believe the federal on slide 55 was a grant that they anticipating receiving. On slide 56, again, they receive workforce development money, and then there is a workforce education performance incentive. So as long as they meet different criteria, they receive additional funds. And I think that performance incentive is based on if students get certifications. Slide 57 is just a further breakdown of their local revenue, predominantly the fees for courses such as the welding, firefighting, EMT, radiology. If we can go to slide 59. Their budgeted expenditures are $1.5 million more than the prior year adopted budget. They were impacted as well with salary increases. A lot of their teachers are certified teachers, and then they do have some part-time teachers as well. So salary and benefits, $936,000. Purchase services, $99,000. They do pay a portion of their utilities, the utilities for that building, $11,000 increase. Materials and supplies, $329,000. Capital outlay, $110,000, and other $46,000. So then if we look at salaries on the next slide, 60, $4.2 million, the adopted budget for the prior year, and $4.9 for the 22-23 year. And following that is 61 that gives you the detail of the breakdown. As you can see, predominantly the cost is for classroom teachers. Slide 62 are the benefits, $1.2 million to $1.4 million. And you have a handout as well behind the tab 7 that will give you salary, benefits, purchase services, energy services, all of the different objects. And it's comparing the total amount from the 21-22 year to the 22-23 year. And that supports slide 63 as well for benefits.
Chair? May I?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Ms. Bosnellis.
Yes, sir.
Don't get too far from slide 59 on adult education. Could you relate that to the past couple of years in terms of budget?
Okay.
Where are we on that?
Okay.
Is that an expanding program? Is that a new program? Is that like what you were referring to as a cliff, like maybe a one-time federal? Help me understand that.
So the comment that I was attempting to make is that their budget is an increase over the prior year. A lot of their expenditures associated with tuition, they received something called a HERF grant. They got several grants that are from the I won't say ESSER, but the CARES Act dollars, and they were able to support their students by providing tuition to them. So by doing that, I would assume that they had more students attending and that the students were able to get, I call them scholarships. They were able to get some form of federal assistance with theirs. So that did not tax their general fund budget as much because they had those federal dollars. I do not think they have any new programs, but I don't have anyone here from MTC to correct me one way or another. But the comment that I was making is that they had access to CARES dollars as well. Right. So those dollars were able to support their programs. Right. A couple of years ago, their fund balance was a negative. Right. If that's what you're alluding to, yes, they were.
Yes, if you could get, I would like
so
some information.
2021, a lot of their programs, and I don't really feel like I have the expertise to talk about it, but what I've seen is they used to get a lot of federal dollars because they would do training. And so in 2021, those funds basically went away, and I don't know why, or if another agency assumed that responsibility. So they ended up with a slight negative fund balance. It wasn't a lot. But then the 21-22 year, we saw them building up, and now they're ending with a fund balance of like $828,000 because they had these supplemental funds available to them. That's the only point I was trying to make.
I'd just like to, any information from that department, I'd like to hear it, just to bring me up. I'm in the same place you are in terms of weak expertise on those programs. So if I could just get some information, and probably the rest of the board, on those programs, I'd like to make sure that they're germane going forward, and that we have funding to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing that up, Mr. Browning. I actually have an appointment tomorrow with Mr. Smallridge to go and talk to him, and I'm certain he would welcome the opportunity to meet with you as well and to go over and see what all MTC offers and what those program offerings have been and will continue to be.
Thank you.
I think we're on slide 65.
I think so.
Yeah. Yeah, 65. So basically, you'll see an increase from budget to budget of $99,000 for their purchase services. Most of the changes from budget to budget are showing a reduction in their budget. But again, they're doing the same thing as general fund, professional services, and also rentals, which includes their copier rentals and any other technology licensing. And then energy, I think I mentioned before that they do pay for the electricity of that building, and then there's some diesel charge for the training that they do with the 18-wheelers, that program. Materials and supplies, a slight increase, $512,000 to $841,000 for their materials and supplies. Again, on slide 69, you'll see the large majority of the increases are in their consumable supplies, as well as other materials and supplies, which go directly to the programs that they are supporting. Capital outlay has increased from $18,000 on slide 70 to $128,000. Again, the 6,400 has the largest amount, and that's technology. And then remodeling and renovation, I believe they are doing some work to the building over at MTC. So anytime you do any work that is attached to the building, that's considered remodeling.
And will that be reflective in our 5-year work plan that we will be seeing in our next? Okay.
The 5-year work plan, I am not sure.
Okay.
It's about 50,000, so I'm thinking they're just maybe fixing something.
Okay.
Over there.
Thank you.
And then other expenditures, if you go to slide 73, dues and fees, $350,000. That's basically the certification fees that have to be paid for some of the programs. And they also get funding. It's the I can't think of the full name, but we call it CAPE funding. They receive those dollars as well when the students pass the tests.
So while there's an expense, there's also a revenue generation on that.
Absolutely.
That really is an offset.
Right.
Yes. So again, their ending fund balance, as you can see, Mr. Browning, 1920 was the year when they lost funds, and then they recovered in 2021, and then 21-22 and 22-23. It's to the positive. So if there are no more questions on adult ed, we will move to referendum. Slide 77. We're in our second 4-year term for a referendum, the 1 mil ad valorem tax. The second extension was approved August 28th, and our last year for this go around, this second will be June 2023. For the 22-23 year, the estimated revenue is $28.5 million. Again, the allowable use of funds is same as before. The only thing that was added was safe schools for the second approval. So we'll look at this one a little bit different than we have in the past. The current 22-23 year, we're anticipating $36.9 million, and that includes a fund balance of $8.4 million. And what I like to remind the ICROC committee all the time is we have to maintain a fund balance in referendum because tax proceeds don't start coming in until the end of November and December and January. So we use that fund balance to continue to fund those programs until we start receiving the tax receipts. Slide 80, the local revenue, as you can see, there was about a $5 million increase from 21-22 to 22-23, and that's solely based on the property values increasing. Slide 81, you'll see the same information, except that it's broken down to show the tax redemptions that we received, as well as some modest interest in 21-22. We can go on to the budget, slide 83. The total budget is $25.5 million. The majority of it is from class size reduction, which not only includes teachers, but paraprofessionals. And then the other programs that are a part of this funding. And we'll talk about each one specifically in a minute. But this is just a look at how the funding is appropriated. So we'll start with class size. For the 22-23 year, we're estimating 129 classroom teachers at a cost of $9.2 million and 98 paraprofessionals at a cost of $3.2 million.
Yes, thank you. Just a quick question on class size reduction, because I remember when we were paying the fine instead of actually reducing class size. And I guess where my curiosity is, I believe that was only related to teachers, not paras,
Yes.
right? Okay.
Yes.
So the $9,200,051, how does, and you don't have to tell me today, but if you don't know, my question is, if we went back to paying the fine, which in my mind is probably not the right thing to do because that's not what's best for kids, but if we went back to paying the fine because we couldn't afford to do class size anymore, what would we be looking at in terms of the fine, the cost of the fine, like compared to right now we're at $9,200,000 because we're meeting class size? I'm wondering what the fine would be if we didn't.
That'll require a calculation, so
Right.
we'll have to bring that back to you.
Ms. Parsons, can you kind of give I don't want you to give an estimate, but do you recollect how much we paid in fines prior to this? Because it seemed like I had a number in my head.
It was over $1 million. I want to say $1.4 million that we paid that 1 year in lieu of hiring teachers. The formula has changed as well.
Yeah.
They give you an opportunity where before there was no opportunity to give your reasons. But, I mean, we made the decision not to pay. I mean, we made the decision not to hire the teachers that were needed. So we paid the fine. But there's been instances since then where if you can justify why, like just say a class for no reason, 5 kids showed up when the count had, and if you can say this happened on the day we took the class size, we looked at the numbers for class size. Then
We took the day we took the snapshot.
Yeah, the warm body.
Yes.
That day was
right.
over.
Right. And you've always had an opportunity to, to say, well, this is why it happened. But I think in the beginning it was strictly interpreted. Also because of school choice,
Right.
we are allowed to calculate it not at specific class by class, but we're allowed to look at it school-wide, meaning looking at K-3 at a school, 4-8 at a school, and so forth and so forth. So the rules kind of have changed a little bit since that initial implementation of the penalty.
Yes, and I had kind of forgotten about that part because now sometimes, well, not sometimes, but frequently we'll end up with fewer numbers of kids in one class, but then a lot of kids in an overloaded classroom in another, but on paper, we're still meeting class size. So thank you. Yes, it's been an evolution of that whole situation. Okay, thank you.
Board, Chair?
Yes, sir, Mr. Brown.
Yes, thank you. Yes, this is right to the crux of the decision-making on this issue. And am I correct in assuming or thinking that we do have the funds to meet these obligations, and that if we did pass the referendum, it would be in addition to having the funds currently to function?
What you're looking at is the referendum. This is
Right, I realize that. And so what I'm saying is it's never a good idea to have your back against the wall. Like, we either have to end what we're spending on or not. What I'm under the impression, because I'm trying to advocate a position for the renters across this county, and wherein often owners can pay the additional cost, the renters are the very ones we're trying to protect under Title I, and it's or any of our efforts to get general financial well-being and educational well-being to the students, and utilize our funds the best. So I think we have enough to function. We are not going to stop operation in any of these categories without that fund passing, because you can't assume the referendum's going to pass. And then when you're trying to make the decision on the referendum, what is the actual issue involved here? Is it an accounting question? And it appears to be an accounting question as to where we get these funds. We've gotten in that 125 million, extra funds that we didn't see coming. And so we can use that to address, by this method of moving funds from ESSER or from whatever source into these categories.
if the board make that decision,
Okay,
sir.
and we do have the funds, though.
If the board make that decision to use ESSER dollars for the costs currently paid out of referendum, it would only be for 1 year.
Right. It's not recurring.
And because the ESSER goes away 23, 24. And so we do have 1 more year with the referendum, if I'm understanding your comment. We have 1 more year, but then in 23, 24, if the board decides that whatever we have out there to be spent with ESSER dollars, and we spent it on these dollars, it would only be for 1 year.
Okay, so we
Hold on,
have that
Mr.
year.
Oh, Mr. Browning, Mr. Browning.
Yes?
So, thank you, Chair. And to Board Member Browning's question, I understand correctly, if we did not have the referendum, we have the dollars set aside to pay for the class size reduction. Do we have that funds in general funds to do that?
No.
We do not have those capabilities.
No,
With the-
Ms. Boston Ellis, can you speak to that?
No, sir, we don't. We built the budget based on having these dollars available.
Well, I understand we did the budget that way, but the actual dollars, this 125 million to COVID, in each one of these revenue sources, I'm not speaking to a specific
Okay.
revenue source. I'm just talking about general funds. We have money to operate, we operate, that type of thing. And we've got, people have to make a decision. And when we've got this bulge in revenues, how long will they last in general? I know you can't predict the future, but it appears to me that it's more than 4 years out if we're very, very careful, like with this COVID money, and I just call it COVID money, but 125 million ESSER dollars. We've got various funding sources. That's what I'd like you to speak to. What will happen, estimating, looking into the future, this year, next year, as we move along like that, without this happening or with it happening, this referendum. Because we're again down to 11th hour. We have to make a decision. It appears to me from my math that we have adequate funds. But we've got to really pay attention to how we spend the funds. That isn't in your world, that's in our world up here on the board, on these items that come up meeting after meeting but don't get discussed. I think we need to crunch them down. That's my big advocacy area. We've got to crunch them down, get all the value we can out of them so we don't have to go to ask, especially at least half of our constituents out there, our community, are renters. And those renters
Mr. Browning,
must be protected. Yes, sir.
you said we have to make a decision. We who have to make a decision about what? Because if it's about the referendum, the voters going to make that decision.
No, I have that. I have that, Chair. When I say we have to make it, that's a general idea because we're all attempting, the board, the community, staff, everybody is working, our church groups, everybody is working toward accomplishing our goal, which is a top 10 position for the school district. That's the we.
Okay.
We're all together in this, and we have a beautiful community, our beautiful students, our beautiful district, and we're top drawer county, top drawer district, and we want to get to top drawer results process, and I think we have the funds to do it. That's my question. I don't want to. You don't have to advocate my position, but I'm just saying in a general accounting sense. That's what we're talking about here.
And she said,
budget.
you said, Ms. Boston, she said we don't have the funds for that, correct?
Based on the current budget that we
Correct.
have, how we're going to use the ESSER dollars until they expire in 23, 24.
So I guess my question is, and I'm coming in late in here, but I'm pretty much understand where this conversation is going, is Mr. Browning, what programs do you want to cut out of this? Because when you look at this, we have our class size reduction mandated. We have our guardians and the SROs mandated, and we use this out of there, among other things. So my question to you is, we're fixated on that, is what programs are you going to want to eliminate? What are we going to look at and what are we going to eliminate? Because when that happens, and I understand you're advocating, but something's going to have to go. So since we're talking about that, why won't you share with us and our community what programs you would like to eliminate when this happens?
Thank you. Thank you. I'll make a general comment to the chair in reference to Robert's rules that we don't go directly to a board member by name. But with that said, I would be glad to address the issue, which is it isn't a question of eliminate.
Wait, I'm sorry. I got to stop that. Because you said we're not going to go board member to board member. We just said that we wanted to have discussion on this.
Sir.
So if it's going to be discussion, it's discussion.
Yes, sir. And according to Robert's rules, and I know you're on top of this, according to Robert's rules, you do not go back through the name of the board member. We discuss this issue, and it's the issue, not the board member. But with that notwithstanding, I'm accepting it this time. The argument is one that we're advocating a position, and it isn't eliminating, and it isn't adding. That isn't the question. The question, in my mind, that I'm speaking to is the funding that we have. We have a bulge in revenues. The revenues have come. We have ESSER. We have we have a 20% increase in budget. We have a lot that we grind out every week in terms of spending, and it's my humble opinion that we need to grind that out like every dollar counts. And I believe we have the funds to function perfectly, maybe even better going forward if we don't have this bulge in funds and begin to grow like a bureaucracy tends to grow. So what I'm looking for is an answer or an opinion, just an opinion, because you can't really predict the future, that we do have excess funds right now. And yes, we do need to tighten up. We need to tighten up in a lot of areas on every one of these items that comes up on a consent agenda monthly. There are millions at a crack. And so that's where I'm advocating. I'm moving down toward that, not toward a specific board member. I'm addressing the subject here. And we want to get full value out of our revenue streams. And we're in a big bulge right now. And I granted that can't last forever. But we have to acknowledge that we do have that. And what can we add? What should we be adding? We've certainly added a lot. And what would be better spent in the general fund or in another revenue source or a different use of those dollars? In other words, I don't think the ship's going to come to a halt and we're going to drop anchor if that referendum doesn't pass. I don't want anybody to think that unless we are in that position. Like if that doesn't pass, we stop the school district. And I don't think that's the case in any regard. So that's what I'm advocating, and it's a general subject, it's not to a specific board member. Thank you.
Vice Chair Campbell, then Ms. King.
So I want to go back on a couple of things here, and I've said this, I know, to Ms. Boston Ellis and to others. I don't know that I've actually said this publicly before. I was not here whenever the previous boards chose to eliminate art, music, PE, when the class size amendment came down. I don't know what Plan B, Plan C, Plan D was when all of that came down the pike. So, and I'm saying that for the purpose of where we're going from here. So currently we have dollars that come in that voters graciously approved for us to have a referendum. Those dollars that come in must be allocated to the pockets to the categoricals that we have created within the referendum. So potentially where this conversation has been going is, can we absorb these into the general fund? Do we have those dollars already that we just previously in this very same meeting looked at the spreadsheet in our tab 7 that showed our tentative budget where our expenditures are far exceeding what our revenues are. So I think that actually answers the question, do we have the money? Well, our expenditures are already far exceeding to 40 million plus in the tentative budget that we're talking about today. So we just had that conversation. The only reason I bring up that prior board and when they made those decisions and how we got to where the referendum is now, certainly all of those dollars that are coming in from referendum, we can't reallocate somewhere else because they have to be allocated into those categoricals. And were we to absorb it, then where would we use the money? And then ICROC and the voters would be asking, well, why aren't you using the money that we've been giving you for the areas that we voted in for you to get? So we're kind of at a catch-22 there, whereas if we were to start putting some of those positions into general fund, into, and using some fund balance, then what would be using the referendum for? And so I think we're in that area. But where I want to really touch on right now is what we as a board always say at the beginning of every board meeting, and it ends with, we will leave a legacy of success. Whereas this board right now is talking about the 2022-2023 budget. In 2022-2023, we have referendum. It expires the end of 2023 budget cycle. We also have ESSER dollars right now in 2022-2023. Those of us who will be sitting here next year will still have budget for ESSER dollars because those go 2023 to 2024. But those of us who might be privileged to sit here in the budget when they're talking 2023-2024, 2020, when in that year, school year, when we're talking 2024-2025 budgeting, if potentially referendum is not there, and definitely ESSER will not be there, what will the legacy of success look like? And what will this board be having those tough, if property values are, we're kind of looking into the crystal ball, if property revenues have decreased by that point, if the inflated numbers that we're seeing right now are at a very different point than what they're looking at right now, what will that look like for that board? We don't know. But certainly if those referendum dollars are not there, and again, crystal ball, we don't know what the voters will choose. What is the legacy of success we're looking for? And I think to the point of what the referendum currently is funding and the categoricals that we have told the voters, this is what we're using these dollars for. Should those dollars not be there, that board that will be deciding on that budget in 2024-2025 will have to be making decisions, priority decisions that previous boards that chose to eliminate PE and art and music, and not eliminate entirely, but to go to one teacher for 2 or 3 schools and that kind of thing. Those will be the tough decisions that those boards will have to make. And so what I'm looking at here when I'm looking at referendum, and I know that's where we are, we're almost at the end of today, but when we're talking referendum, when we're talking ESSER, to say we have the money and that we're flush with cash, potentially, it looks like that right now on paper for, again, this 2022-2023 school year. But I hope I've been able to detail what we have right now, that board in the future, where we want to leave a legacy of success, may not have the opportunity to have those same conversations. And so that's where I am with this. To say that we have it, I think we just had the conversation previously that even our fund balance numbers are showing that we don't have it. Our expenditures are exceeding what our revenues are. And so I think hopefully that helps clear up part of the conversation. Again, this board member is all about legacy of success. And should I be privileged to be here at that juncture, those will be some hard conversations we might have to have.
Ms. King?
Yes, as it's always good to look in the future, but the sitting board now, if you're doing your due diligence, you're looking to the future. You're not waiting to 2023 and 2024 to make decisions, that we don't have the crystal ball or whatever we want to call it. But what we do know is that right now with this referendum, we're in compliance with the class size reduction. We've gained, since my tenure is the SROs and stuff, I was the classroom teacher that didn't have the art, music, PE, and media center. And it's strenuous on the school and the students. And, when it came to art, if you're in a large school, you might get it once every 2 weeks. But media centers could be closed because they didn't have a tech or for whatever reasons, So I think it's best if we have these discussions now and not even just wait until 23, 24, because then it's too late. So that's why I posed the question, since we are, if we're not a board that's unified, that's going to try to get this referendum, there are going to be some tough decisions, and that's why I posed the question, what programs are going to have to be eliminated, because it's coming, and it'll be here next year, and by then it's too late. So I'm not comfortable leaving that to the future board to have to look out and clean up our mess right now. So that's what was the purpose of that question.
And I think that was a very relevant question, because our people need to know that where they're going to be. Our students need to know where they're going to be, and the community needs to know what we're going to be doing and where they're going to be. And this conversation is needed, to be honest with you. And I think that was a very valid question. If this does not go through, and if we're talking about it, let's be real about it. What's going away? What's going away?
That's why I asked that. If we have a part of the board that is dead set against this, then that's why that question was posed. Like, yes. What program is it? What are you looking at? If we're looking at dollars and cents, and I'm asking for some clarity, because I don't understand. So I was asking you, what program is not that important, or what programs you think we should get rid of? It's not to be critical or mean, but it's a sincere question. What are we looking at that we're going to be able to get rid of in the future?
You would recommend to the board who will be making those decisions.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. That is an appropriate address of the topic under Robert's rules, and I appreciate that. My response is that dollars, what you must finally do is you must look at the wealth and the interest of the community. And we have an incredible community. We have an incredible skyrocketing value base. We have owners that are very, very generous, very willing to put dollars forward. What they're not willing to do, though, is just put more money into something that hasn't been succeeding since the start of this referendum. Yes, it's grown, but has the scholastic results come about? No, they haven't. And it's a bit of a rhetorical question, but no, they haven't. And so these individual items can be addressed. The way we've looked at the budget, there are, I'm just going to grab a number. Ms. Boston Ellis can correct me, 100, 200, 300 various things that all blend together when you're pulling a budget together. I've sat on many boards, and the myriad of items that come together to say that buses are going to stop, classrooms are going to close, air conditioners are going to go off. Which one do you want to start with, Board Member Browning? None of them. I would like more stewardship or the kind of stewardship we currently have, and that's what the community is asking. That's what they bring up when they talk with me. They're generous. They want to put money forward, but they want it to be used correctly. They work very hard for the money, and our renters right now are currently working very hard for the money, and that's really what happens with these ad valorem situations. People think it's the owner. No, it is the least among us economically who struggle the most with something like this. Every single renter will get an increase, and that's the tough part. If it was only owners and it couldn't be passed down, it was like some kind of a communist country or something, that would be one thing, but we're not. We're a free community. So this debate is incredibly important, and there is no single item. No, I want a little bit better stewardship out of any. If this was Ford Motor Company and we were sitting on the board, I would say, folks, tighten up. We've got a competitive world out there. General Motors is on our case. Tesla is on our case. So it isn't stop putting wheels on the car. It's a question of being better stewards with the money that has been brought forward and to count all revenue that comes in. It's very exciting to have a lot of revenue. This is a great problem. We've got a lot of revenue. Let's use it. Yes, let's look forward. I'm looking forward down the road. I'll be very, very involved in those years coming forward. Good Lord willing, I have the energy and the time to do it, and that is working with our legislature and working with the Department of Education and working with the executive branch to bring about equity and improved education, because that's exactly what the legislature has given to our governor, and that's what our governor, if you look, every single week we improve, bill after bill after bill that helps us do our job, and really looking to the future. So that's where I'm going with it. I'm trying to give as clear a picture, and there is no one thing, probably not a single banjos, art, music. We could, I sat on the Arts Council for multiple terms. I guarantee you art can continue. I guarantee you we can tighten up in every one of these areas, and by moving funds, especially these extra COVID funds. This is like a bonus. This is like a freebie.
That's a one-time bonus, though. Let's talk real. It's one time. It's not going to be a continual amount of money, and we're just inflated and bloated, and we have all this money that's always going to be here. That's not the case. We know next year that those funds are going to be gone. And it's, we don't know until they vote, but it looks like the referendum will be gone. And there's going to have to be tough decisions that are going to be made, and that's...
Right. We can't see the future.
Ms. Storr, hold on.
I got interrupted.
Hold on, Ms. Storr. It's going to be Ms. Storr, but we do know that prior to referendum, those positions were not in place in the district. Am I right, Ms. Boston Ellis? There were few.
We had to make decisions, or the board had to make decisions about what needed to happen with our school budget. And the decision of the board and the superintendent at that time was to, first they had to release the first and second year teachers because of the way the union agreement works. And then there were teachers who were teaching art and music that may not have been certified in those areas because they had certification. So if that's what you're asking me.
Correct.
So maybe there was a music teacher at school A, but then because that teacher might have been a first year teacher, then that teacher did not have a job. So a more senior teacher had to assume that job, and not only did they assume an art job, but then they had to do it for 2 different schools.
Right.
If I'm making sense. So
Right.
it was a lot of different things going on.
Can I add one more thing to that? Just one more thing, because I do remember this too. Also, that former board, they paid a fine because they weren't meeting class size.
Mm-hmm.
And so they paid a fine because it cost less than to have the qualified teacher in the classroom. Those were tough decisions that were made, and none of us were here then, but it's important that we have that background knowledge and we know that, because history is important to make sure that that doesn't ever happen again. And so I just wanted to add that bit.
Sorry.
We did have federal dollars before. I think they were called ARA dollars.
Our funds, yeah.
And they were here for a couple of years and then they went away. So it was all of that happening at the same time, which strained the budget. Now, there were teachers who retired, so some of those teachers that were first and second year teachers were, if they wanted to come back, but what I heard is that we lost a lot of good teachers because people were not comfortable coming back and knowing the next year they would not. And then that's when the grassroots support came about for the referendum, and it was truly grassroots and passed overwhelmingly, once, not twice. I think there's just an overall pressure on school districts, period. And if I can be philosophical, just looking at the structure of the traditional school, we have, 100 teachers at a school. we started having charter schools. Well, the charter school didn't take enough of those students to be impactful. So they might have taken 1 or 2 kids from several schools. We still had infrastructure. So even beyond funding for all of these units, we really got to look at how we deliver instruction and how we become more competitive with people who don't have the same set of rules that we have to follow. And so to me, it's a much bigger picture than just funding. These are things that the community thought were important. Art, music, media. They brought all kinds of studies to show that this does help students in classroom. And I'm way out of my field because I think about what my role is in this, is taking the requests, the desires, the needs of the school district, creating a budget, going back to the staff and you as board members and saying, we're spending more money than we're bringing in. And we went through this whole cycle. We met with departments, we met with Dr. Gullett, and we kept going round and round. What is it we could par down? And that's the stuff you don't see. And made adjustments, moved required units to the ESSER funds. So we are going to use every penny, but at the end of the day, those are staffing units, staffing that have been put in temporary funds that we really are going to have to evaluate and make sure that we're meeting the needs of the classroom. But I would also say to you that the infrastructure is really important too, because day one, if air conditioning isn't working, day one, if the bathrooms aren't clean, teachers have to be paid, whether it's stipends or salaries. So to me, it's collective, and we have work to do. I realize we have a lot of temporary funds, but we have work to do. And based on what I've seen with this district, we need these funds. We need the referendum. We need to support our classrooms. We need to support our staff. And just to talk about this, I just hope people aren't thinking we're going to terminate their positions, but we really do need to evaluate where we're going with not only the referendum, but the federal dollars. The unfortunate thing is they're temporary. They're not there after 23-24 unless something else happens, and we really have to come together. But based on what I see, and I'm just a numbers person, we need these funds.
Chair, do I have the
Ms.
floor
Thor?
still?
It's Ms. Thor. It's Ms. Thor, then come back to you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Facts are important. Every single person sitting up here is a taxpayer. Secondly, real estate. Owners and renters have been paying their share of the 1 mil funding referendum almost now for the past 8 years. Facts. Another fact, it was just shared with us a few slides ago that the actual cost is going to be going down because of the required local effort, right?
Correct.
Okay. More facts. As a real estate residential investor and having rental properties, it is the huge increase in electric and the huge increase in property insurance that impacts, plus supply and demand. There is high demand for homes and apartments. So that drives up the cost of rent more than anything, more than this 1 mil funding referendum would ever do. Those are all facts. More facts. The ESSER funds can only be used for COVID recovery related items. we are already hearing from the community, again, facts, because it's been put in writing, that summer school, summer recovery programs have been so well received and have been so needed to fill that gap of learning that we know occurred, because we know, at least in our community, that our kids need to be face-to-face, the vast majority. So saying that ESSER funds can be used to fill the gap from referendum, facts, that would be illegal. We have people that are tired of the performance of this district over time. And that's being used to weaponize a push against renewing the funding referendum. Again, facts. We are not 60th out of 69 districts. We use the data from the Florida Department of Education because they're the ones that fund us largely. They're the ones that come up with the assessments that hold us accountable, that give us these standings. And we're at number 50. Nothing to crow about, but we're only going to get better. That last statement was an opinion. Hopefully it'll be a fact. Next. In the weaponization against renewal of the funding referendum, it's being shared that the funding referendum has not done its job because it has not raised our academic standing. Well, I just shared the fact that our academic standing has been raised. But outside of that, physical education, which the funding referendum supports, not a tested subject towards rankings. Art, not a tested subject to rankings academically. Music, not a tested subject towards rankings academically. Library, media, not a tested subject towards rankings. Safe schools, not a tested subject towards rankings. Retaining certified teachers and paraprofessionals, not a tested subject towards rankings. I imagine that has helped in terms of improving our rankings over the past couple of years. I would hope so. Also meeting class sizes. For some reason, and it's a frustration because as a citizen and as a school board member, I certainly am not disappointed that our school board meetings are not like what has been happening in Fairfax, Virginia. There was an elected official up there that apparently said that parents didn't matter. So those parents got ignited, and they deserve to be mad. As a parent, I would have been mad. I don't ever remember sitting up here and having a board member or an elected official say that parents didn't matter. In fact, what I have heard is quite the opposite. And as an individual elected official, I believe that's why I was out there on the street corner at 6:30 yesterday morning, connecting with parents and making them feel valued like they should, and reassuring them that their children were going to get to school and home safely and on time. Facts. We have an independent citizens referendum oversight committee called the ICROC that is made up of representatives from our community that each of us as board members get to appoint, ask for them to serve. So when I talk about the need to put some things to rest, it's because it's dangerous political agendas and rhetoric that have nothing to do with reality of what's happening in our district. And I hope to God that we don't ever end up as a district like Fairfax, Virginia, that would devalue anyone in the community's participation. And for the record, thank you, Board Member King, for sharing about critical race theory and secret social emotional learning agendas. You've dispelled that and put that to rest on Tuesday night. And for those of you that missed that conversation, it's Caring School Communities is the SEL curriculum that we're currently using. So there's nothing secret, and it was all put out there for parents, anyone that wanted to review. We had several that we reviewed, and it was all very open and transparent. So everyone is entitled to their own opinions. You can think that public education is terrible, but everyone is not entitled to their own facts. And as we continue to evolve as a district, it's going to continue to be really important to factually and compassionately continue to advocate for where our challenges are, what we're doing to improve them, and also to dispel. I've learned a lot as an elected official, and it does seem like there's a lot of agendas out there that may or may not have anything to do with what's best for kids and what's best for our community. We all want to save money, and we all want to hopefully see kids come out ready to take the next step and be the citizens that we need them to be when we're not around to do it. So that's where I am with all this. As a board, it would be wonderful if we could all be on the same page regarding the needs, the reality of the needs, the facts of the needs, how we get to the solution. The solution will end up being so much better, and the process will end up being so much more productive if we use facts. That's all I have.
Thank you, Board Member Thor. Mr. Browning?
Yes, thank you. Wow, this is exciting, and that's exactly what we need is debate, and we need to do it around numbers like we're doing with the budget. It's incredibly important, and opposing views within the community can never really be characterized as weaponized. The beauty of our election system is that everyone gets to voice their opinion, and they get to vote their heart, and they get to vote with their head, and they get to require of something like this board stewardship that is on the level of the value that these individuals received in their younger years, their education, and the money that they've accumulated that now they're being asked to put forward. And so the dignity of that is critically important. There isn't a single thing here that needs to be dropped. The only thing that probably needs to be changed is under statute, the state of Florida, we will provide a free education, and it'll be the same for every level of student without distinction in any category. It will be a free education. And that makes it incumbent on us to, on a daily, weekly, monthly basis, and I, for one, love the idea of these meetings so that we can take things and put them on the discussion agenda. $4 million, I did an average, and it's about $8 million per month that gets put down in a non-discussion area. And this is like free money. You can't get it all, and I don't want to insinuate that because $10 million gets put in a non-discussion arena that we could save all 10. No, maybe 10%. That's generally my goal. But the point is, we can be better stewards, always be better stewards, regardless of who we are and where we are in the equation. And never are we the target. Never is a student, our churches, our community, our parents, never are they the target. And never is their position that they advocate a weaponized opinion against us. It just isn't the case. It is always their heartfelt ideas and the idea that we will have elections and those elections will stand, and all of the rhetoric on both sides of every issue is sacred. It's always sacred. Never are they wrong on the other side of a position that I'm in a debate on. I always honor the other side, and I will never characterize it as being weaponized because it's against my position, ever. So, looking forward, I think that to answer the early question that started this discussion, what items will be dropped out? None. Zero. We will add. And looking back, sure, we can see the errors, and some of those people are no longer here, most of them. Some have been voted out. Some of them are no longer even in elected. That position, like superintendent, is not an elected position. All of those things have changed, and they will. That's the evolution of time and society. And looking forward, no, we cannot predict. We can't predict hardship. We can't predict plenty, but we can predict, as Ms. Storer said, we can predict that we will do our very best to go forward and be good stewards of every single dollar. And yes, reality is the present, and we do have a bulge. We do have money. We are loaded, and I think we have to acknowledge that. Even if we want to say we want more, we never are satisfied, and typically government is never satisfied with taxation unless you're on the conservative side of the aisle. However, both sides of the aisle are valid, and I will go to bat and have for both sides of the aisle. So, with that said, nothing, to answer the question, will go away, and everything that would be needed will be added, without question, will be added, so that we can meet our goal of, instead of being 50 out of 66, we're, or whatever that number is, 50 out of 66, we're 10 out of 56, up in the upper end, because we're an upper end county, and we have the horsepower, as I've said before, we can make it happen. So I just say, let's get out there and make it happen, and let's protect those renters who would have to then reach into a pocket that is essentially empty right now. Empty because of gas, because of these other costs. We've got to look at their budget as we would ours. We've got to show great stewardship. Now this is tough. This is where the rubber meets the road, if you will. So we've got to get out there, work at it. I see this board working at it, and never is there 5-0. There's always 5 to, you have 5 individual positions, and that's the beautiful part of having not a single board member running everything, 5-0, but 5 individual board members, all with the sworn duty of evaluating from their perspective and not from some association's perspective or some need for a unanimous vote. So I just love being in this position to help my fellow board members be the best stewards they can be as we go forward. And budget, to me, in business, is everything in terms of delivering an education to our students. Thank you, Board Chair.
We're gonna break. Okay. We're gonna break. Listen, we haven't been fair to and just to Ms. Teresa Boston Ellis. Even in Washington, when they do hearings, they let them sit down during the whole time. And she's been on trial all morning, and I appreciate her patience with us, but we need to do what's right. And so
We could put a table up here. I'd help to.
we're not putting a table up here. We're going to break, and there's going to be a fire drill shortly. So we need to do that anyway, okay? So
Do we have to leave on the fire drill, or do we maintain?
we need to do the same protocol as if it was a fire. So we need to
Exit
participate.
the building?
Yes, sir.
you.
So we're going to recess right now until after the fire drill. We're going to resume our administrative briefing and work session on the budget. Ms. Bostinos will pick back up where we left off.
Thank you, Chair. On slide 85, we'll see the expenditures for the physical education program in elementary schools, $2.4 million, which covers the cost of 18 PE teachers, physical education teachers, and also for those schools that have pretty large classes, we have added 24 PE technicians to the tune of $938,000. In addition, all elementary schools get $2 per student for materials and supplies in the area of physical education. Typically, they're buying additional supplies for the physical education program. The next program, as it relates to referendum, is the vocational program. The total budget cost is $2.1 million. It covers the cost of 20 vocational teachers, $1.4 million. There are hub bus stops for MTI, so that these students that need to take classes here at MTI and need transportation back to their schools, an estimated cost of about $54,000. Purchase services, which are the technology rentals for the vocational program, $187,000. Diesel fuel estimated cost for those 3 bus drivers total $16,000. Materials and supplies are about $26,000, and their capital outlay which is the equipment for those vocational programs, which tend to be a little more expensive, are $452,000. I might add, on the vocational program, they submit their budget based on the programs that are a part of the vocational allocation. There is no there's no limitation, there's no cost like $2 per student. It's based on what they need.
Right.
The media services, $1.2 million, that covers the cost of 15.5 media specialists at our elementary school, $1.2 million. And again, additional supplies for the library, books, DVDs, and equipment totaling $39,524.
Ms. Bostinos, quick question, I'm sorry. That .5 media specialist, is that a floating media specialist?
No, sir. If you recall, the total number was split prior to the referendum, so we're just making it a whole unit.
Do we have any floating units anymore as far as music, art?
Those units, I believe, were removed, but in addition to those, we added paraprofessionals to support both the music and the art.
Thank you.
Speaking of art, that program's cost totals $1.8 million, which covers the cost of 17.5 art teachers, $1.2 million, and this is what I was referring to, the 11 art paraprofessionals, and 0.5 of a coordinator, and also materials and supplies for the art programs. The next program is music, $1.8 million, covering the cost of 17.5 music teachers, 11 music paras, and a 0.5 program specialist, basically the coordinator, really. And the coordinator is split between art and music, so that's why you see 0.5 in art, 0.5 in music. And then music allocation. We included other programs in the district that don't typically receive a lot of funding, so there was an allocation to other music programs, whether it be jazz or any of the other programs that don't typically get funding from the general fund. The next program is professional development, $470,000, and this supports our new teachers We use these funds to supplement mentor teachers for the new teachers, also materials and supplies, some purchase services, as well as computer hardware for those new teachers. So this basically supports our new teacher training. The last program is Safe Schools, $3.3 million. This covers a portion of the cost of our school resource officers to the tune of $2.8 million. Then there are some additional miscellaneous expenses. You approved a supplement for our guardians beginning in the 22-23 year, as well as security equipment, and that equipment are the door buzzers as well as cameras.
And with that Safe Schools, the other part, what we pay for the school resource officers, that comes from general fund?
Yes, sir. You may recall that we shifted some of the SRO costs to the referendum so that we can use general fund dollars to continue with the hardening, i.e. the fences. We do get some grant dollars for the fences, but those dollars were considered regressive. We started out with $750,000. The next year it went to $500,000. I believe this year they're only getting $200,000. So we are using the Safe Schools allocation to cover the cost of SROs as well as to continue with the hardening fence purchases. The next slide, 92, basically takes all of these programs and combine them to show them in terms of what object they're being paid out of. Classroom teachers, $11 million. Other certified instruction, $872,000. Paraprofessionals, $3.1 million. And then other support personnel, $81,000. I think you do have a handout. It's a colored sheet of paper behind number 7, and that has all of the staff that is being paid out of the referendum fund.
Chair?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So am I correct in assuming that all of these, whether they came out of the general fund or didn't come out of the general fund in the past, can go back into the general fund?
So,
Like
in
there's no
reference to the
restriction,
cost?
there's no restriction to the, if we have the funds in the general fund, we can use, all of these items can be paid for out of the general fund.
if there were adequate funds in the general fund.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, they
So
could.
if we have the adequate funds and we build the general fund, we can use the general fund. We're not restricted. That's my
Okay.
that's my issue.
Yeah.
My question.
Right. They are restricted based on what the voters approved. So anything that is not spent in a particular year has to be rolled over into the next year. So these funds are restricted. But if your question is, could they be moved to the general fund? They could if we had the funding available.
We have the
Based
funding.
on our budget, we do not have those funds available.
Oh, and we wouldn't, assuming that it's coming, but if it doesn't come, then we would just pay for it out of the general fund.
No, sir, we would have to make adjustments to the general fund
Right,
in order to.
right. But it could come through the fund, is what I'm saying. I was referring to restriction of ability to pay. These all fit under the general fund in terms of they can be paid, they can be operated out of the general fund. There is not a restriction. In other words, the general fund on any of the items, music, paras, coordinators, any of the items, individual items can be paid out of the general fund.
If there was funding available, yes.
Right, and if there is no, right, that's an if, that's into the future, but by the end of next year, if this referendum does not pass, then they can be paid out of the general fund. That's what I'm referring to. Of course, we'd have to have the
Mr.
funds.
Browning, she
We aren't
keeps
gonna
giving you
bounce
the
a
same
check.
answer. She keeps saying, if there's funds available. I mean,
Which-
you keep asking that same question.
Well,
over again, like she's
I
gonna change the
recognize
answer.
that. I'm talking about the technical nature, Chair. I'm talking about the technical nature of often we are not able to pay out of a specific account. My question is not the balance in that specific account, but the technical nature of whether the items can be paid for out of that account, not the availability of funds.
Vice Chair.
So the technical answer to the technical question is teacher salaries are paid out of the general fund. Additionally, supplies for programs are paid out of the general fund. So the answer to that question, would these items or could these items be funded out of the general fund? If you're looking at blanket categories, salaries, supplies, safe schools, all of those things are funded out of the general fund. That is correct as a technical answer. However, as we've continued to discuss, our tentative budget shows that our expenditures for 2022-2023, and that is the year we have the referendum, are far exceeding, to the tune of $40 million, what our revenue is to the general fund. So while, yes, those categoricals within the referendum technically are the same categoricals that are funded out of the general fund does not have the revenue to assure that following 2023 that those very same allocations would be occurring.
Right, I get that. That's the second question. My question is, could it be paid technically out of that fund? And yes, the answer is yes, it could be. Right. Any other question can be asked by another member. Thank you.
Slide 93, again, gives you the summary of expenditures that would be recorded under professional technical services, as well as rentals and some repair and maintenance, to the tune of $3 million for the 22-23 budget. Slide 94 shows the estimated cost for fuel for the buses that are used to transport students from MTI to their school and vice versa, to the tune of about $19,000. Slide 95 addresses the consumable supplies that are recorded, as well as other materials and supplies. So basically, it's taken all of those programs and putting them in the format that we typically use, which is by objects. So materials and supplies total $285,000. Most of that are the funds that are allocated to the schools for media, PE, art, music, as well as vocational. Slide 96 records our library books that are being purchased for the media services, $24,000, and then the $6,400, which is furniture, fixtures, and equipment. That is the equipment that is being used or purchased in the vocational program, as well as the equipment that is being used in terms, or the budget for the door buzzers as well as cameras. Slide 97 indicates dues and fees of $5,400 and $1,000 for miscellaneous expenditures for the referendum. They total $6,425, so our total budgeted expenditures are $25.5 million. There is a change of $5.4 million, basically to cover the cost of the additional salary for teachers and paras. Slide 99, we talked about this a few minutes ago. If there are any funds available at the end of the year for referendum, all of those funds are considered restricted. meaning they have to carry over to the next year. We are estimating about 11 million at the end of 22-23. What happens to those dollars is it supports the program until we begin to receive, if the voters approve it, additional referendum funds. Typically, that doesn't happen until the end of November, the 1st of December, and January. So if you think about, we have teachers coming and starting in August, so that covers those expenditures through the time when the proceeds begin. Just for historical purposes, we like to, people always ask, what happened to the lottery dollars? Just wanted to capsulize that information beginning with 2012. As you can see, school recognition started to take up a lot of the funds that we received through the lottery. What happened to those funds? Basically, they were shifted over to the Bright Future scholarships. So the majority of the funds that we received previously have been shifted to the Bright Future scholarships for seniors. So as you can see, the school recognition has, we've used those dollars for school recognition. We did not have any funds in 2020 nor 2021, but we understand that the governor has allocated for those schools who meet the criteria of improving one grade or maintaining their A, if they had an A, those schools will be eligible for school recognition. We just have not received any notification of what schools and how much has been allocated.
Chair?
Yes, sir.
Yes. How many down here in the 2012, like, in general, I'm not asking for a specific number, but was that a lot of different? When we're talking to the legislators, the category that you're referring to in the funds coming in, and I'm sorry I missed the word you used, but the category, how many schools did that affect? Maybe back in the beginning, in the middle, and then now today we're down to nothing. And give me just a little bit of a background on that.
I would prefer to get the exact number and bring it back to you.
Okay.
Because everything in the orange depended on what school received the award. So it was $100 per student at a particular school that received the award. But we do have that information, so we can bring that back to you.
Okay.
But the point I was making is that we used to receive a lot more dollars, and they really were discretionary lottery dollars. Mm-hmm. There was a point where we could get $5 per student. So if you think if we had 43,000 students, we would get $5 per student. Mm-hmm. And they would use that, the schools would use it to assist in school improvement. And so what happened is the funds started to be shifted to include school recognition. So that's when the school started getting the $100 per student if they made an A or if they improved their grade 1 level. Mm-hmm. But a lot of the lottery funds were shifted to the Bright Future Scholarship. So that's the scholarship that all of our, well, not all of our seniors, but seniors are eligible for. So Bright Futures did not exist when or the funding through the lottery dollars did not exist when we first started receiving lottery dollars.
Wow, I would really like to see that information, because that's a conversation starter with the legislature where the money went, because that's not on the billboards with the lottery, and where those funds go. And while I'm not a big fan of the lottery, I think it's sort of an intelligence test whether you walk all the way up and actually plunk your money down. If you think you're going to get rich on doing that, that is an intelligence test, and most of those people pass it. I'm not a big fan. I am not a big fan of the lottery.
Yeah, we heard you just insult all the lottery players in the state of Florida.
I'm saying keep your money in your pocket. Don't give it away. A lottery is not the way to go. Keep it and save it for yourself and your family and use it. You earned it. Do not give it away like that. And I'll tell you that every day of the week, all the way up through Gamblers Anonymous. Do not do it. That is a flaw in future thinking. And if you look back, in my early days, the lottery was totally illegal before they made it legal. And the reason that was illegal was it just pulled the economic rug out from under certain elements in the population. And it was a mob-oriented operation, and it doesn't suddenly become a wonderful thing. But if the money's there, I want it to come to the district. If I do, and if it goes away somewhere, then I'd like to know where it goes, because that's as I say, a conversation starter. But you'll never get this.
It's going
this
to
guy.
Colleges and universities. I mean, that's
Okay. Yeah, and I think that is.
That's absolutely where it's going.
Yeah.
Bright Future scholarships. Now they're using those millions of dollars that have been by those individuals that you have referred to as not passing an intelligence test, who have been playing the lottery. Those education dollars are now being allocated from K-12 education to state colleges and universities, because they are the ones that are eligible for the Bright Future scholarships when the students earn them in the K-12 education, where our schools and teachers have provided that education that have allowed them the opportunity to receive the Bright Future scholarships. Then actually state colleges and universities are taking advantage of those dollars.
So that'll be wonderful then to get that information, because I really want to press in on that. And this is a good opportunity, really, to get the word out there. Like, value your family before you value some kind of a lottery. Just look at statistical numbers, and you're more likely to be hit by a chunk falling off Mars than you are to win the lottery. So that's an aside. Thank you.
And the last item that I have is the history of the Teacher Classroom Supply Assistance Fund. We used to call it, there was a different name for it.
Lead money.
The teacher lead money, thank you.
Lead, L-E-A-D.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much for that. And basically, those funds are allocated to our teachers to help supplement the supplies that they purchase for their classrooms. In the past, based on statute, we have met the criteria. It's supposed to be teachers as of September 1, and we have until September 30th to remit those funds. Again, it's restrictive. It's a classroom teacher, and I believe the media specialists and the guidance counselors lobbied, and they got added to meet that criteria. But as a board, a few years ago, you wanted to have all the teachers having this supply. So the funding we get from the Department of Revenue, you supplement, or you approve us to supplement that so that all teachers receive that amount. This year, we are anticipating about $330 for each teacher. We've moved away from the check, where we write a check to the internal accounts, and then they write a check to every teacher, and we are adding these funds to a company called Class Wallet, which will allow the teacher to go in the system and they can buy from whatever store they want, have it delivered. And so we've moved out that paper check being remitted to them. Many school districts have already done this for many years. So we're converting to that process now. In the beginning, they didn't have access to, they only had access to certain stores. Now they can pretty much buy from wherever they want. You may remember that.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. King, you may remember that as a teacher.
Yeah,
but
that's what my next question was. So they can go basically to any store and they're not going to be confined.
Yeah, and they online, and if they bought something, they're able to get reimbursed for those funds as well.
And Ms. Boston-Ellis, is that a flat fee, or are taxes taken out of that, and Medicare and Social Security and all that? Or they actually get $330?
Their buying power is
Okay.
330. It isn't, I think there was an attorney general opinion that said it is not considered salary.
Okay,
And so there's no benefits taken out of it.
thank you.
No, it's not income.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's an expense item.
And as you can see, that has sort of increased almost every year. But what I wanted to remind you of is that you made the decision many years ago that every teacher should get it. And this is another example of where we want to provide funds to all teachers and all media and guidance. And the ones that don't fall under that criteria, you have provided a generous amount for each one of those as well.
It's close to $1 million, it appears.
Yes, sir. And that's all we have for today. General fund operating, general fund adult education, and the general fund referendum. We will do our best to get all of your answers back by next Thursday. But if we don't, you'll get them before you have to make a decision on the final budget on September 9th.
Ms. Thor, do you have any comments before? I know you got to get out of here.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you as always, Ms. Boston-Ellis. You always provide very accurate and understandable presentations when it comes to the budget, which is so much to really wrap our arms and legs and brain around. So thank you again for all of your time this morning. And I do need to get going. I'm sure the rest of us do too, but I hope that we can be moving forward unified in our support of public education. It doesn't mean we're going to be unified on how we get there, and that's healthy. When it comes to the referendum, I would just hope that each and every voter makes their own individual decision based on facts. And I wish everyone a wonderful afternoon. Thank you.
Member Thor. Ms. Martinez-Lopez, you have anything? I'm sorry. Any public comment? Any public comment? Any of y'all 100 people out there got comments for Ms. Boston-Ellis? Public is silent. Ms. Martinez-Lopez.
No, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Powers?
None, sir. Thank you.
Listen publicly before you leave, Ms. Thor. I made a mistake the other night. I did not acknowledge our superintendent in our final comments. And I want to apologize on the air. I did apologize immediately that night, but it was just I was just trying to get out of here. I promise you. I promise you that's all it was. So, Superintendent, please accept my apology, and please, if you have any comments.
Thank you, sir. Apology not necessary, but, and I did provide some data around our first day of class yesterday, so thank you. I would just briefly say thank you to Ms. Boston-Ellis and on the incredible hard work, leadership she provides and on her whole team. I am very grateful to work with an outstanding chief financial officer, and not all districts are that lucky. So as I said when I first came to Marion County Public Schools, we are diligently focused on student outcomes, and we will operate in a very financially responsible way. We look not only in the short term, but as Ms. Boston-Ellis has referred to several times today, in the long term, and having those tough conversations to be good stewards of those funds for sustainability, but also for the evidence of impact to students. And so tough conversations continue and will continue, but very, very grateful to this board for your support of the work that we do on behalf of our students and to our community for supporting these efforts. So thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Mr. Browning.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Board Chair. This is just incredibly important, I think, that we get this kind of dialogue because the district really runs on funds. That may sound, too mercantile, but you've got to have money to make things happen in this world. And I would like to see the board consider having a moment, let's just say 15 minutes, at every workshop and at every board meeting, every opportunity for budget analysis. And it can be yourself, but it can also be some of your astute people that work within your purview of budget, Ms. Boston-Ellis, because it's so important to try to crowd. If we can crowd it into a year, it would be so much better, so much more instructive, and we wouldn't be in a position of thinking that it's weaponized in one direction or in another as everybody puts their spin on things like referendums and what have you. Everybody be more enlightened really at every point. So I would like to see a budget analysis, and we could break it out maybe throughout the year. We break it out so people could see when their subject that they really mattered was coming up. And this is not difficult stuff as long as you have somebody that can guide you through it. And because it is shifting, ins and outs and sources of income and that type of thing. It really, and then how we spend it and why we spend it the way we do and why we do, these millions of dollars that go undiscussed. This discussion has been just a treasure to me and to the people that I communicate with, just a treasure. So if you could think of that, maybe put it in your thought process, ask the superintendent, I ask that it be included so that we have that and we could address it on a regular basis. And boom, issues that pop up during the year, it'll be so helpful, I think, to the community as they guide us in what we do and move us toward that top 10% or top 20% at the very least. Second item is the setup. This is a perfect example of the setup of this stage. If I was, again, and I don't mean to belabor Ford Motor Company, but if this was in private industry, it would not happen this way. We're talking to an audience room here for about 200 plus people, and that's the way it's set up, and we're only missing a camera. So if we could take the camera and we could get you closer, we could get you at a table, and we could spin us around slightly. There's no reason for my desk to be that wide. And we could this is twice as big as the area. I would just I'm speaking to our area. We could have tables here for safety. We could have even if we didn't move, we could move back. We could have a presentation desk for an individual like yourself or several that might sit here. Well, we can actually hear what you have to say, and then the people can see it on a monitor. That's fine, but there's nobody there to see it. And everybody's off somewhere doing whatever it is they do. So I just think we can do so much better than pretending like we have an auditorium of people when we don't. And I can't see you as far away as you are. I can't see your lips. I can't hear you talk. And it's very, very difficult. And why put us all through that when this doesn't benefit anyone? The space between the speaker and the spoken to is of no value, zero value. We need 8 feet, 10 feet, 12 feet like we've always had, and that would work. So I don't want to put it off on public relations because they don't do it, but the board does it. And I, as a board member, just want to insert that I would like to be able to see whoever is presenting with a light on them, with a camera on them, very clear, clean, just like it was in the past, even though we have this vast auditorium. It's like Yankee Stadium without a ball game going on, and we're shouting out into the field, but that isn't really what we're doing. So there's no reason for you to be so far away. That's my thought. And if we can get to that, get you here close where we can actually see one another, it would be wonderful for my part. Thank you, Chair.
Ms. King?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Boston Ellis. Please extend our, or at least my sincere gratitude for doing your due diligence and presenting a great representation and being honest and having frank conversations with us so we can actually see the numbers. You have done a great job being conservative and fiscally responsible for many years. This is not new. This is not your first, I don't know, as I say, rodeo. You've done a great job for the boards before this and elected board members to keep us out of the hot seat. And right now, we are doing well compared to other districts in the state. And I'm grateful for your leadership on that. It was just brilliantly stated earlier that money is what this school district is ran on. And I completely understand that if we do not have revenues coming in, but we have expenditures, then programs are going to have to, we're going to have to look at programs to see what is going to have to go away. Because when something goes away, revenue, money, we can't continue with the programs we have. So I do know that there will have to be some tough decisions that will be made if that referendum does not pass. However, I do support the referendum. I hope our community seriously considers it, because if not, something will have to go. And unfortunately, you know, the past boards, they chose the arts, the music, the media center, PE, but now we even have more mandates, such as the SROs, or even in the past, we had the class size amendments too. So I completely understand that. Again, I thank you for your leadership. Also, I just would like to acknowledge that yesterday I visited 3 schools with House Representative Henson. Thank you, Allison. You were our liaison and coordinated that. Ms. Henson is a former principal, and she gets it. She understands how schools operate. She understood the schools, and I think she seems to be a very great advocate for public education. She gets and she understands it. I loved it. She, her words, not mine, she was energized and invigorated yesterday, being in our schools, seeing our students. It was just a lot of energy, fun, excitement, and not just our students. It was the staff, the principals, just everywhere. And that was great. It was really nice. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. And that is all I have for this afternoon. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. King. Vice Chair Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of points. First of all, I want to publicly acknowledge that Ms. Thrower and I were completely on the same page, and she's not here for me to say that. But just before our break, many of the notes that she was talking about when she was referencing the facts were exactly the same things I was writing down. So it's like we were on the same wavelength there. And I want to reiterate some of those points as we're kind of wrapping up this meeting today. I continue to be concerned by the condescending rhetoric that has occurred somewhat today, as well as throughout the district, about things with the referendum. And I'll just use a couple of points from today. The comment about renters paying more, slides 10 and 11 of your presentation that you so graciously put together for us in this wonderful notebook, and thank you for having it and having it so detailed and organized that we put this behind this tab, and it just makes it so easy to flip back and forth. So thank you to your team and the amazing work that you do, Ms. Boston Ellis. But again, slides 10 and 11 show that the amount that the homeowner, regardless of whether it's a renter living in that home or if it's the landlord, the landlord paying that home fee, that they're actually going to be paying less this year than what they paid before. And so if we were to make an assumption that should that 1 mil referendum not be there, if we were to make an assumption that even rent costs would go down because of that, and this is where Ms. Thrower was mentioning the electric fees continue to go up, the property insurance continues to go up. If we were to make an assumption that if that 1 mil went away, then all of a sudden rent cost would go down, is just naive, frankly. I believe that's not at all accurate, especially when we're able to validate that even year over year, the cost has gone down for that homeowner in what their millage rate is for us. Additionally, when rhetoric occurs where it says that the referendum hasn't been succeeding or that it hasn't been used correctly, I think that we have, again, validated and brought fact forward that certainly the ICROC group that is made up of citizens in Marion County has been able to ensure that the dollars were used correctly. And I did pull the 10-year history chart that Dr. Gullett gave us about our district grade ranking. And back when this referendum was passed in 2014, this school district was ranked 56 out of 67 school districts, according to the Department of Education. There have been additional changes that have happened through the years. Certainly, we've had a couple of superintendents since that time, so it's difficult to compare apples to apples to say, okay, well then we were able to increase, and we did. The next year we went up to 51, and the next year, and then we had a superintendent change. And so while that can be good, bad, or indifferent, when you have a superintendent change, at least for the past two elected superintendent cycles, that also meant curriculum change. So when we can't compare apples to apples along the way of where the district has been going for all of this past 10 years because we don't have the same baseline. And so, again, we had elected superintendent comes in, completely changes curriculum. 4 years later, new elected superintendent completely changes curriculum. And so those things have caused this district to ebb and flow in our district grade. In 2018, when this referendum was renewed, we had gone from 56 to 52. And so to say that there hasn't been success, well, that's 4 points of an increase. Now, last year, we certainly can say that we actually hit the 45 mark in that number. And unfortunately, due to COVID and all the other things, we are back to number 50. But if we look again, historically, in the 8 years that this district has been receiving referendum funding, we have gone from 56 to at least 50. So to use rhetoric to say that we aren't succeeding is frankly inaccurate, especially whenever you don't have the same baseline and the baseline continues to move. I would say that we're definitely heading in the right direction, that we definitely are succeeding. We have classroom teachers and art and music and all of those things that aren't tested subjects, as Ms. Thrower was, again, she and I were totally on the same wavelength. She's not here for me to give her the credit on that. But all those that are not tested subjects that, frankly, you can't put almost a dollar figure or even a district grade on how imperative and important that access to students has been. Potentially our obesity rates may have been going down because we've had PE. I mean, there's other things that are not calculated in school grade that are representative of success. And so I just have to continue to stress that. I know we also mentioned just in comments that have been made just a bit ago about seeing budget every board meeting and actually having a presentation on it. And I just want to stress, we do see budget adjustments every single board meeting. We see what those are. We see what those categoricals are, what the changes are here or there. We don't have a formal presentation on it every time, but we do have it in our works, in our agenda nearly every single meeting. And so thank you for those details, because if we were just to pull out this notebook, it would give us that explanation, and we would be able to if we have questions about those kinds of things. The final thing I wanted to note on the conversation that we've had today was something that Dr. Gullett mentioned in the most recent ICROC meeting with the referendum. The comment that she made was there would be a change to our workforce. Should the referendum go in a different direction, there would be a change to our workforce. What that looks like, we'd have no idea. But that is accurate information based on everything we've been given today. We have been dealing in facts. We have been dealing in what we know to be the case for 2022, 2023. But those of us who will be here in 2023, 2024 to determine what happens then, should that referendum not be in place, there will be changes to our workforce. We don't know what that looks like yet. But that's enough about what we've talked about today. I'm grateful again, Ms. Boston Ellis, for all your work and your team's work. Welcome, and all the work that you have been putting in to ensure that we would have all of these work sessions as mandated by statute, but all of these work sessions to help us have this dialogue, and so we can cut through some of the rhetoric and actually get to fact on some of the things that have been necessary. And that's all I'm going to talk about budget today. Yesterday was a great start to school. It really, really was. I calculated, I think I traveled about 55 miles on my car. And I have basically city-based schools. I mean, I did get out to Lake Weir High School, but and Greenway Elementary. For the most part, mine are kind of in the city, and that includes taking my kids or picking up my kids in their own schools. So I was, in Bellevue a couple of times yesterday. But in being in those schools and being with Senator Perry yesterday morning and him working car line with me at Shady Hill Elementary, he and Susie McGuire, it was just great. It's wonderful to be able to put them, our elected leaders, in positions where they can see the smiling faces of our kids and where they can actually see where their dollars, where the decisions they're making are making an impact. And I know that, as Reverend Cummings always says, they're all our students, but yesterday I took it upon myself to welcome a couple of new principals to District 1, because we do have 3 new principals in District 1, which are the schools that I am allegedly assigned to at this juncture. And so those were the schools that I visited yesterday, in addition to schools that my kids are in, and even a former school my son was in yesterday. So everybody all around, just positive. It was such a good start to school. Lots of district support out there. Folks that are assigned to schools from our district for the next week is going to be a great added group of hands to help some of these folks get acclimated. And I'm just ready for this school year to be our best yet. And I believe we're headed in the trajectory to make that, and that every student absolutely will succeed, and we're going to ensure that happens this school year. So thank you so much.
Thank you, board members. Attorney Powers, you said you didn't have anything? Did you have anything?
I didn't have.
Is he supposed to have something?
Supposed to have something?
No, I just want to make sure I don't skip anybody today.
No, you didn't skip me. You asked me. Now you're making me double.
Like, is he supposed to? Is there something that he doesn't know?
No, there's not. No, that's not a code message or nothing. I'm just asking. No, listen. Again, thank you, Ms. Boston Ellis, and your entire team. I know this is not a one-person show. I know it's not a one-person effort, because no one person could. I'm sure they could do it, but to the detail that you guys put it together and make sure that it's understandable for the public. I know there's a lot of eyes are looking at this and making sure that it comes out the way that it's supposed to. So thank you for that. Thank you for keep bringing it down to the level where everybody can understand it. Some people give those reports and they talk over folk heads, and it's confusing. This is not over anyone's head. This is right where it needs to be, so that our public can know that we're being very transparent in what we're doing with this budget. And so I thank you. Yesterday, first day of school, I want to commend all of our staff, everybody, not just our teachers, but everybody, for the first day of school. It's interesting how fast the traffic patterns change when school comes in. So I got a call from Rep. Henson as she was going to North Marion, and she's like, hey, can you tell me a side road or a shortcut? Because am I supposed to sit in this car line? I was like, no, just go around. Just go around and get there. And then Ms. King called and said, hey, where's Rep. Henson at? She's trying to tell her to go. I was like, so it's amazing that we have some great elected officials and those who are not on this board, but we have some great elected officials that are also on this board as well, who believe in education, who believe in making sure that our district does continue the momentum that it has gained in going forward with our administration and supporting that administration to continue to go forward. So thank you, Dr. Gullett, and your team, everyone that's out there doing the hard work, that's in the trenches. it's just amazing. And let me say this, I understand, I had the opportunity to sit at several schools yesterday and observe some things, because sometimes I think we go on campus and people want to do something different or special because we're there. They just need to do their job. And if they do their job the same way all the time, no matter who's watching, it's going to be good. And I saw some people that there was some frustration levels because it wasn't going as smooth as it wanted to. And I was talking to one of our staff members, like, we planned this thing and we have it all organized, and then the first day of school, and then it becomes organized chaos. And I was like, yeah, but guess what? It's working right now. And so keep working it, keep doing what we need to do. Everything's not perfect. However, it's about doing what's right for our kids and those student outcomes that we continue to talk about. I'm looking at everything. I'm looking at even Dr. Gullett. She don't even know I know this, but I'm going to just let her know. I even know that she was down on her hands and knees yesterday looking for forms at a school. So everybody is involved. Everybody is engaged in this process. This is a whole. We're not idols or anything. We're regular people, and we're trying to make sure that our kids in this district becomes the best district. We may not be where folk want us to be, but I believe that we're not where folk think we are, and I know that we're heading in the right directions. So I'm looking forward to a better day. I'm expecting things to continue to get better, and I know that we can do it. So with that being said, I have nothing else to say. Please, guys, be safe out there. And kids, these high school kids that's driving, y'all, please slow down. Don't show off because you're driving the car to school this year. Be safe. Be able to drive the car the whole year, not just a couple of days. Because if you total it, if you're my kid, you total it, I'm not buying another car. so not no time soon. So with that being said, meeting is adjourned at, what time is it? 2:24 p.m.